Good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. and I'll call this meeting to order. Carrie, will you please take roll?
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Ariscotta.
Here.
Regent Boylan.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Brager.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Perkins.
Here.
Regent Tarkanian.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you, Carrie. I'll ask Regent Perkins, you're closest to the flag. Would you mind leading us in the pledge?
You'll all stand, please. That are able. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize Chief Deputy Attorney General Rosaline Bordalove, who is with us today to ensure that we stay within our OML guidelines. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. I'll now move to agenda item number 1, public comment. Is there any public comment in Elko?
There is no public comment in Elko.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in Reno? Reno, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Ben Davis, Davis for the record.
Okay.
Thank you, Regents, for your time and continued willingness to listen and support your constituents. I'm here to encourage you to continue to support cost of living adjustments for our professional employees. I want to thank our institution's presidents and our chancellor for their continued support of 12% COLAs and the institutional staff who helped create the fiscally sound budgets to support this very important measure. I'm a 7-year employee of NSHE at TMCC. I'm employed as the Environmental Health and Safety Manager, but I serve as the Administrative Faculty Committee Chair and as a Faculty Senate Senator for our at-large employees. Our institution's effect on our community is great. I don't have to tell you how many students, many underrepresented, that we collectively serve, educate, and mentor to make this great state of Nevada what it is, and what we do to improve its future. I do feel inclined to share with you that the very employees who strive to create a better future for our students and community are struggling to keep up. The past 3+ years have had profound effects on the economy, on the way we live our lives, and the way we cope with change. One effect, my colleagues are being left behind. I experienced this personally. I'm a husband and a father to 2 middle schoolers, a spouse, attending and working in the Washoe County School District. Both my wife and I are college graduates and still routinely find ourselves using a credit card for life's necessities at the end of the month due to the state of our economy. We've fallen behind the cost of living. A lower than 12% COLA will make it more difficult for my family and my colleagues to catch up, and we will continue to see weakening employee retention. Me and my colleagues have a deep respect for you and the work that you do for us. Your continued support for a 12% cost of living adjustment for professional employees of NSHE will not only support the people that drive our mission, it'll continue to support retention of the quality employees that serve our community and the students that rely on us. Thank you, Regents.
Natasha Anderson, Natasha Anderson, Anderson. Dear Board of Regents, as the chair of Western Nevada College Classified Council, I am submitting this letter in support of our administrative and academic faculty receiving the same COLA increases that we have received. All Nevadans have had to bear the burden of cost increases and inflation. Gas prices, food prices, and childcare costs alone this year have increased dramatically. Regarding their roles in NSHE, we ask that you take into consideration the best for all NSHE institutions as a whole for employee retention and morale. These increases will also help in institutional faculty recruiting. At Western Nevada College, the classified employees fully stand with our administrative and academic faculty getting an equal COLA. Lastly, the Classified Council of WNC would like to thank the board in support of all you have done for classified this year. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Nicole Paul, P-A-U-L for the record, and I'm the Discovery Librarian at Western Nevada College. I'm here today representing the Administrative Faculty Senate of WNC, which serves as a voice for all administrative faculty across our campuses, to deliver a statement regarding item 3 on the agenda. Dear members of the Nevada Board of Regents, the administrative faculty at Western Nevada College support granting the full 12% COLA provided in the passage of AB 522 by the Nevada State Legislature to all employee groups within the Nevada system of higher education to ensure equity and fairness for all concerned. The administrative faculty has consistently demonstrated dedication and commitment to our professional roles within NSHE. It's disheartening that for more than a decade, there have been relatively stagnant salaries, furloughs, as well as rare, low, and in some cases, no salary increases, despite our hard work and contributions. While what has been received is greatly appreciated, this inequity in compensation has created a sense of dissatisfaction amongst the administrative faculty who feel their efforts are increasingly undervalued. Additionally, the nominal increases to salaries have not kept up with inflation for the most basic of living costs. By granting a 12% COLA to a portion of the employees without doing the same for all, NSHE would create disparities and inequities among the NSHE staff. Such an approach may foster a divisive work environment and degrade morale amongst the employee groups who are equally deserving of recognition for their contributions. This discrepancy could result in talented individuals seeking employment opportunities elsewhere, causing a loss of skilled staff within NSHE. On the other hand, implementing an equal COLA increase for all employee groups would have numerous positive outcomes. Not only would it boost morale and express NSHE's appreciation of all employees, but also incentivize our employees to continue their dedicated service within NSHE's goals. It is also important to consider that several institutions have already budgeted for the planned 12% COLA increase. Penalizing those institutions and their faculty for their foresight and prudent financial planning would create further inequities and would harm their ability to attract and retain talented staff. We respectfully urge the Nevada Board of Regents to ensure that all NSHE employee groups receive an equal 12% COLA increase. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Kaiser, S-A-R-A-K-I-S-E-R. First, thank you for your service to education, to the presidents, to the acting chancellor, who has been a staunch advocate for NSHE employees through this process. I support and ask for your support in funding a 12% COLA for NSHE professional employees at all institutions. I'm a senior lecturer at UNR. I've taught here for 25 years, and I'm a proud Nevadan. My income is just at the state average, and inflation has impacted my family, in which I am the sole earner. Even at a 12% increase, my adjusted salary will only raise my buying power to what it was about 2 years ago. I live in a neighborhood that has been poorly impacted, mostly by UNR students, unfortunately, but with a $525,000 median home price in Nevada, northern Nevada, we're pretty much stuck. It's $450,000 in Las Vegas, and for context, the national median home price is $418,000. So it is expensive to live here. I fear for our economic and competitive advantage. We are losing people, and it's hard to get them back. In preparation for speaking to you today, I did a quick survey of UNR salaries. Most of the professionals who serve the majority of Nevada students earn less than $78,000 a year. These are professionals who are associate professors, librarians, instructional designers, lecturers, data analysts, research professors, software developers, laboratory directors, recruitment specialists, web developers, student housing faculty, psychologists, fundraising specialists, senior engineers, veteran services specialists, safety personnel, even head coaches. Not the big ones, of course. Professional NSHE employees comprise a diverse class of workers with a wide salary range. We face the same financial stressors as other state employees. Most of the personnel listed above have 12-month responsibilities to contribute to the health of our institutions, our state, our country, and the planet. Please fund COLAs at the full 12% rate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian M. Hartshorn, Hartshorn for the record. I'm an associate professor at UNR and a member of the NFA speaking on my own behalf. I respectfully asking the Regents to keep faith with the faculty in our system and fully fund the 12% COLA this year, and to begin preparations now for the proposed 11% COLA for next year. An external review said that my department should have at least 16 faculty. It currently has 12, with several faculty members applying to jobs elsewhere. Our compensation has not kept pace with inflation. Just last week, 2 more senior colleagues in different colleges told me they intend to leave. The academic job market is a globalized one, with faculty traveling not just across the country, but around the world for jobs. NSHE must offer competitive compensation to attract and retain faculty. Every time we lose a faculty member, our ability to deliver the curriculum is diminished. That's the loss of a student's mentor, a student's favorite instructor, or the next departmental or college leadership. A 12% COLA this year and a plan for an 11% COLA next year stops the bleeding. Much needs to be done, however, to rebuild. I know management and some of even our colleagues are concerned about hiring freezes, but I would like to respectfully remind the Regents of two facts. First, we are already experiencing freezes. Lines have not been automatically returned to my department to be refilled in over 5 years. And second, money is there for the hires that have been deemed important, whether it's the compensation packages for chancellors, which I know is going to be discussed later, coaches, or new searches for senior vice presidents. Our faculty sit and watch as these well-paid positions are restored and sometimes even expanded while we scramble to figure out, even today in the summer, how we're going to teach our classes in the fall. We need to stop the bleeding of our faculty, and we need to rebuild, and we need to fully implement the COLAs. This will go a long way towards keeping the faith with faculty. Thank you very kindly for your time.
Kent Irvin, ERVIN. Assembly Bill 522 provides the largest COLAs for state employees in recent memory, thanks to the legislative leadership, the governor, and advocacy by public employee groups, including the Nevada Faculty Alliance. AB 522 allocates $181 million for COLAs for NSHE to use or lose. Rank and file faculty deserve the same 12% COLAs as our classified colleagues, many of whom make more than faculty. Average UNLV and UNR academic salaries are 23% lower than our peers in Western public R1 universities, according to this year's AAUP salary study. The state is providing 100% funding for COLAs for the 66% portion of the state-supported budget at NSHE, those that come from the state general fund. 100%. That's compared with 80% for state agencies that only get general funds, which are expected to use vacancy savings before dipping into the COLA pool. It's the responsibility of NSHE to fund the non-state funded portions of the budget. This policy budget has been in place since 2021, and it's not the faculty's fault that NSHE hasn't planned ahead to fund the COLAs. For fiscal year 2024, starting tomorrow, only 11/12 of the COLAs need to be paid out. That's because next June's payroll is paid out in July. You can ask CFO Klinger how that works. That 8.3% saves over half of the difference between 80% and 66% funding. And it greatly diminishes the doom and gloom projections from some of the institutions. So, approve the 12% today, then the new chancellor, presidents, and regents will have a year to figure out how to accommodate the additional 11% COLAs for July 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Mariscal, Mariscal, and I'm an associate professor at UNR, speaking on my own behalf. When I arrived, my department had 8 faculty members, 7 of which were tenure line. We are now down to 5 tenure line, and one of my faculty members, or one of my colleagues, just left, or just announced a couple of weeks ago that she was leaving to take a job at University of North Carolina. The system set up since the time that I have been here, we've had COLAs and merit a few times. And each time that we have had, sorry, I'm nervous. Each time it's only been able to get us to the point where we needed to be at that moment. We have had record inflation. I am 38 years old. I have not been able to afford a house since I've arrived. I will probably never be able to afford to buy a house, and rent keeps rising. The incentive structure is such that the only way to negotiate a higher salary is to apply elsewhere, to apply for other jobs and ask for negotiation. And every time that happens, our best and brightest faculty members are at risk of leaving. I think that this is just a drop in the bucket in order to get us to be competitive with neighboring states and with our competing institutions, I urge you to please approve a 12% COLA. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Justine Stout, Justine. I'm an administrative faculty member at WNC. I've worked for NSHE for almost 20 years. 5 days after I turned 18, I started working at GBC, and I worked my way up the ladder there for the next 18 years. Last year, I jumped on an opportunity to come to Carson and work at WNC. I left my daughter in my hometown and moved down here alone to try for a better situation for us. I've dedicated my entire adult life to NSHE, and I've stuck it out through the hard times, the recession in 2008, furloughs, COVID, etc. You all know what we've experienced. I made it through it, but now for the first time, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stick it out. I don't know if I can afford to move my daughter down to live with me, and for the first time, I might have to leave because of the rate of pay that we are not receiving. So with the cost of living increase and moving to Carson, inflation, living on a single income, it's damn near impossible to live. So I strongly support the full 12% for all faculty members. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. Troy Wadsworth, Western Nevada College co-director. Today, as a representative of Western Nevada Computing Services admin faculty, I come before you to express our support for the full 12% cost of living adjustment. For over a decade, WNC's computing service admin faculty has consistently demonstrated unwavering dedication and commitment to our professional roles within NSHE and our college. However, we have experienced relatively stagnant salaries, occasional furloughs, and minimal or no salary increases, despite our hard work and dedication. Furthermore, the nominal salary increases have failed to keep pace with our cost of living increase, like our colleagues have been saying earlier. By granting a 12% COLA raise to only a portion of employees, NSHE would inadvertently create disparities and inequities among its staff. Moreover, this discrepancy may drive talented individuals to seek opportunities elsewhere, resulting in our lost guild of staff within NSHE and WNC. On the contrary, implementing an equal COLA increase for all employees would create a positive outcome. It would not only boost morale and demonstrate appreciation for the efforts of all employees, but also serve as an incentive for them to continue their dedication and service towards NSHE goals. In light of these considerations, we respectfully urge the Nevada Board of Regents to ensure that all NSHE employee groups receive an equal 12% COLA increase. This step will serve as a testament to NSHE's unwavering commitment to fairness, equality, and overall well-being of its employees while fostering the continued success of our esteemed institutions. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Amy Payson, AMY, PASON, a former faculty senate chair at UNR. I'll keep this really brief since there's going to be a lot of comments, I'm assuming, down in Vegas, also in support of the COLA. But I did want to just add some nuance. I know as we were going through the legislative session that we were celebrating the fact that the legislature restored our budgets, but they restored them to the 2019 budget levels that we had for NSHE. They decided, though, that we need a cost of living increase to get to 2023. So they automatically put us in this pickle of wanting us to fund our employees, wanting us to fund our operations at a 2023 level, but only giving us the money and considerations at a 2019 level. So I know today and the discussions that have been had by our university administrations about how to fund COLAs and how to do right by their faculty is in this tough situation. And it's a tough situation that is not entirely of our making. So I hope that if there are some state legislators who are listening today, and hopefully you are, know that your decisions in terms of how much you fund and support higher education impact the decisions that our Board of Regents and our administrations make on a daily basis. I do say that we need to support the 12% COLA. I do think that we do need to look at how we're going to fund the COLAs in the future, and I'll look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Regents, Acting Chancellor Urquiaga, presidents, and guests. My name is Eric Marchand, M-A-R-C-H-A-N-D. I teach in the College of Engineering at UNR, and I represent academic and administrative faculty as chair of the UNR Faculty Senate this past year for another 10 hours and 40 minutes. I am providing public comment on items number 2 and number 3. Regarding the selection of the next chancellor for NSHE, I share many of the same concerns that were expressed at yesterday's meeting regarding the process. Unfortunately, this is the process we have, and I appreciate the difficult work that the committee has undertaken under Vice Chair Arascata's leadership. It is not easy to do good, thoughtful, and transparent work with all of the challenging constraints that open meeting law requirements impose. That said, we interviewed 3 excellent leaders as part of this process, and this board now has a decision to make. Regardless of what decision is made, I have been encouraged by the focus on leadership skills for our next chancellor. It is clear to me that we may never find an individual who checks every box among our diverse constituent groups. In the absence of such a unicorn, I would encourage this board and my colleagues to give the next chancellor, whatever title they may hold, the support they need to lead. And she deserves this, and I will do my best to support our leader to elevate higher education in Nevada. Regarding the fiscal year 24 COLA discussion, I wish to repeat my support for funding it at the full 12% level across all NSHE institutions. I was encouraged by the strong support this received from institution presidents. As I look around this room, at my constituents, at the amazing professional staff, all state of Nevada employees, right? It would be a blow to campus and system morale to not recognize the achievements. As elected officials, you serve constituent groups, much larger than mine, I admit, but I feel compelled to highlight the diverse groups of professional staff that are active in our faculty senate, on campus, and the state, as Sarah Linda did earlier. Education and human development, our future. Libraries, generating knowledge. Cooperative extension, out and about in Nevada. Student services, need I say more? Marketing and communications, our story. Teaching professors, need I say more? Advancement, social work. Engineering and science, creating the new Nevada. These individuals help keep our program strong and diverse. They deserve to be recognized and retained like other state employees. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute, and I appreciate your service to the state.
Hi, my name is Sharice Dotson, that's D-O-T-S-O-N, and I'm here from WNC. I'm the senior accountant, and I'm here to support the full 12% COLA. It's been a little rough the last 6 months with the inflation. I am at this point where I feel like I'm living from paycheck to paycheck again. So I appreciate if you would vote for the 12%, the full 12% COLA. Thank you.
Hello, Rochelle Basson, B-A-S-S-E-N. I'm Academic Faculty Senate Chair at Western Nevada College. I just want to thank everyone who has already submitted proposals trying to fund the 12% COLA with a strong intent of attempt at trying to do that. WNC is a wide geographic service area that serves rural students who are often first-generation students of color and Pell Grant recipients. So faculty who serve these students are really fundamental in preparing these students as they transition to more upper division competitive transfer programs. But as faculty who live in Northern Nevada, it is more of a high cost of living area, and the 12% COLA would be very important for us to be able to help us pay our bills as we support our students to success. So thank you so much for that consideration. And I just want to say that I represent faculty in supporting that 12%.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Rucker, T-O-D-D-R-U-E-C-K-E-R, and I'm an associate professor at UNR. I direct our core writing program, serve as a faculty senator, and as president of our NFA chapter, although here today I'm speaking as an individual. I join my colleagues in urging you to support a full 12% COLA as all other state employees, including our classified staff colleagues, are receiving. As you likely know, our institutions are losing a lot of faculty members in recent years, and morale is very low. Balancing the budget on the backs of faculty would be another massive blow and deeply upset many. Teaching faculty in the program I direct make under $60,000, and they have terminal degrees in their field. I see firsthand the challenges we face retaining and recruiting talented teachers as the Reno cost of living keeps increasing. We had to extend the most recent search I chaired into the summer after 3 candidates turned us down. Homeownership is a distant dream for most of our new faculty. Looking forward to next year, when we have been promised up to an 11% COLA, which if fully implemented would only help us keep up with inflation over the last several years, I encourage you to explore different options rather than simply cut the COLA amount or broadly cut budgets. We should fix the tuition pricing model, as no other industry waits a few years to pass on increased cost to consumers. It is ultimately in the students' interest to have the faculty to teach the classes they need to graduate. We should also consider limiting COLAs for the highest earners on our campus, for whom a 12% increase exceeds an entry-level faculty salary in my department. Every bit of savings counts, as do the optics. Finally, I've talked to several people who would much rather see temporary furloughs rather than a permanent reduction in their salary. Thank you for your leadership on this issue, and thank you to all the presidents who supported a full 12% COLA. I trust you to do the right thing for our faculty and their families. Thank you.
No further public comment in Reno.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting us know. Thank you for all of your comments. We'll now move to public comment in Las Vegas. Is there any public comment in Las Vegas? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I had trouble with this all day yesterday, too. Bill Robinson, UNLV economics professor for the last 43 years and chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. I am one of your most veteran people dealing with budgets, state taxes, all that kind of stuff. That's my expertise. If you today decide to do the 12, you're going to have 30,000 employees doing the Snoopy dance at home tonight, and you can spend the next 9 months having a reasonable, rational, thoughtful conversation about FY25. If you do less than the 12 tonight, you're going to have 30,000 mad employees, and the presidents are going to have a much bigger challenge trying to have a reasonable, rational, thoughtful conversation about FY25. So in my professional opinion, we can handle the 12%. It's not comfortable, but we can handle it. And there's no reason, no good business reason not to do the balancing next year instead of trying to do. We tend to make instantaneous decisions instead of thinking about a year, 2 years, 3 years, and how that all works out, and we need to stop that. On the chancellor search, I want to make a suggestion to you, because the search committee did their job. They brought forward a guy who we love, who's a wonderful human being, but we also know he has a knowledge gap like this when it comes to NSHE. He answered one question yesterday that frightened me and frightened the few people who bothered to contact me last night. So you do not have to make a decision today. The way that you can decide that you want to bring him back. We used to always do that. You can bring him back. Thursday night, he can be sitting with the presidents, having dinner at Taco Bell and talking about the NSHE. He can meet with Acting Chancellor Urquiaga for breakfast on Friday. He can meet with the Chancellor's staff, his own staff that would be his staff. He hasn't got to meet with them. He hasn't got to meet with the people and he hasn't got to meet with his bosses. He can have faculty senate meeting Friday morning. He can have lunch with the students at Sushi Burrito on Friday. And then folks can spend the afternoon, all 13 of you, having a conversation with him before you decide what to do. There is nothing to prevent you. You need to work with the Attorney General's office to make sure you do that in a legal way, but there's nothing that stops you from doing that.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Matovina, Matovina. I'm a math professor at CSN. In my nearly 3 decades at CSN, one of the things I've done is I've collected the salary data. Ms. Charlton is very well aware of that. And one of the things that data has shown is prior to 2013, whenever there was a COLA increase, the starting salaries were also increased for future employees. Since 2013, those starting salaries have not changed. So for the past 10 years, if you accept a meager 2% rate of inflation, those faculty members are already 20% in the hole. You've heard a couple of people already say it's getting impossible to recruit and retain quality instructors. We desperately need this 12% COLA. And I also encourage you to raise those starting salary bands in the handbook and have them applied to future employees. Please help us. Thank you.
Ted Chodock, CHODOCK, faculty at CSN, president of the CSN chapter of Nevada Faculty Alliance, speaking as an individual. 7 months ago, on November 30th, in a public comment in support of CSN's collective bargaining agreement, I praised the faculty and administration involved in the negotiations, but especially President Zaragoza for his leadership and his commitment to take a small first step to address the long-term compensation inequities that we have among faculty, including the increasing gap between community college and university faculty pay. That 1% increase certainly wasn't enough as we face soaring inflation, but it was a meaningful start. I am here today to say that again, when a tough decision needed to be made, Dr. Zaragoza publicly supported the full 12% COLA, and this is despite the impact it would have on CSN's budget. He understands, as do all the other presidents who share this view, that there is no way to attract and retain outstanding faculty or to improve morale that doesn't include serious and sustained attention to faculty compensation. Finally, thank you, Chancellor Urquiaga, for recommending the vote for the 12% increase, and thank you in advance to the Regents for your support for this historic raise.
Christine Beaudry, BEAU, DRY, commenting on Agenda Item 3. Good afternoon. I'm an Associate Professor of Education at Nevada State, soon to be University, and also serving my last day as Faculty Senate Chair. I acknowledge the difficult position that the board has been placed in, and thank you for your thoughtful deliberation. I also thank Chancellor Urquiaga, presidents, and executive teams at all institutions for their fiscally sound planning, which resulted in recommendation to fully fund COLA at 12%. I urge the board to act today to pass this recommendation. Inflation and rising costs of living have rapidly outpaced compensation. While housing prices here have nearly doubled since 2017, real faculty salaries have fallen to below 2008 levels. Unfortunately, many of our faculty are facing tough decisions about whether they can afford to live here. You'll note in the reference materials that those leaving for other employment and/or better pay account for 24% of all terminations that occurred from FY 21 to 23. Remember, too, that even with fully funded COLA increases, our salaries will not really grow, but only recover to 2021 levels, and that the 2% increase in employee retirement contributions will offset COLA increases. Since arriving at Nevada State in 2017, I've taught every semester, including winter and summer sessions, teaching the maximum courses allowed to earn additional income. I'm working as much as I can, and I haven't had a break from teaching in 6 years. Yet, I've earned excellent in teaching, scholarship, and service on every annual review and my promotion and tenure evaluation. I've received half a dozen awards, both institutionally and nationally, for excellence in teaching and contributions to both my institution and field. Meanwhile, I've watched the market value of the home my family and I rent double, reflected in steady increases in rent expenses. Unfortunately, my salary, which was initially less than I made as a public school teacher, has grown much more slowly. Home ownership has sadly become an increasingly distant dream for my family. I'm not alone. Of the 6 teacher education faculty hired at Nevada State since I arrived, only 1 has achieved home ownership. I love our students, I love teaching, and I love Nevada State. Please fully fund our COLA so that I and others don't have to make the heartbreaking choice to leave because we can't afford to support and raise our families here. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Regents, Presidents, President, Proxies, guests. My name is Chantal Marshall, SHANTAL, MARSHALL. I am faculty at Nevada State. I am also the Vice President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. I know it's been a tough week, and I think today is going to be a tough day, so I'm going to take a different tact with my 2 minutes. I'm going to share some recent professional highlights that really highlight my work and why I love my work. A few days ago, a former student messaged me on LinkedIn to say how much she missed me, and I was so happy to hear from her because I wrote a letter of recommendation for her for law school, and now she's a practicing attorney. Another former student posted pictures of his graduation from his master's in journalism program, and that was after he served in the Peace Corps after graduating from Nevada State. A research assistant finished her first year in a dual master's program in social work and divinity at Baylor University and is now in South Carolina completing a summer internship. Her plan is to come back and open a community center in her old neighborhood here in Vegas. Another research assistant posted on Twitter that she was awarded the coveted National Science Foundation Graduate Fellowship in her first year as a PhD student at UC Irvine. All of these students have at least one, but usually more, marginalized identity. I am so proud of them and all of the students. I can't be more proud, though, to say that a student who came to me as a non-traditional student and took stats with me a few years ago now teaches stats herself as the professor. It's really cool. These are the highlights that make our jobs worth it. There's a lot of drudgery and there's a lot of stuff that's not fun and there's a lot of stuff that's really stressful, but these moments make it worth it. For some of my colleagues, it's their research. For some of my colleagues, it's their service. All across NSHE, faculty have their highlights, why they do this job. But we should not have to do it for a pay cut. I urge you to reflect what the presidents and the chancellor have already said. We can fund COLAs at 12% so that you can show that you value this work as much as we value this work. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment on COLA salary increases for NSHE professional staff. My name is Kinsey Wright, KINSEYWRIGHT, and I am an assistant professor of special education at Nevada State, an appointment that I have held since August 2022. While I've only lived in Southern Nevada for 1 year, my spouse and I have felt the impact of the increased cost of living on our household budget. Here are several examples. Our rent accounts for nearly 30% of our take-home pay. Every single utility bill has increased in the year that we've lived here, including most recently, our Cox internet bill went up $20 this month. Our auto and renter's insurance premiums have both increased as well. Financially speaking, we cannot get ahead, and the dream of home ownership remains just a dream. I would also be remiss not to mention that the COVID-era pause on student loan repayment will end in September. As one of the millions of Americans with student loans, I will begin repayment in October. While I'm committed to paying back everything that I owe, because the cost of everything has exploded in the last year, without a COLA raise, and if I can be frank, even with a COLA raise, this additional payment will result in strain on my household budget. The NSHE presidents and chancellor recommended a fiscally sound 12% COLA adjustment, and I agree with this recommendation. Regents, I am asking you today to please vote in favor of this fair adjustment. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Iomi, Morganiomi. I am the interim director for the Center for Teaching and Learning Excellence at Nevada State. I am here to join others in advocating for the full proposed 12% COLA increases. I want to thank all of the institution presidents and chancellor for supporting this increase. We all know that it is difficult to adjust budgets, but this support shows that retaining the people that make up the institutions and make the work happen is important to these institutions. Vegas has been noted to have some of the highest rent increases during our current economic situation. One headline read, "Pleas for rent control follow huge increases as housing crisis gets deeper in Nevada." Senate Bill 426 recently passed the Nevada Senate to cap rent increases each year going forward, but that doesn't account for the huge increases we have seen in the last couple of years. The 12% COLA increase would only bring salaries back to a level they were 2 years ago. I moved here in 2021 and rented the cheapest apartment close to Nevada State that I could find. Since moving here, my rent has increased 22%. However, for 2022, we only received a 1% COLA increase. I came to Nevada State because I value the focus on diversity and creating access for students. However, at these disparate increases, it is hard to see how it is sustainable for any employee to remain in Nevada. I asked the Board of Regents to confirm that education is important to the state, and that includes the staff and faculty that make the work happen, by standing with the institutions and supporting the full 12% COLA increases. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Villa, Villa. I'm a professor of mathematics at CSN, and I'm going to be the Senate chair there in about 10 hours and 20 minutes. So I know about this. I want to bring up last year I was part of our negotiating team, CBA at CSN, and during the process of that, we were told around July 1st, deans and above were going to get a significant raise. And it was because the system deemed that their salary schedule was too low. It was raised up, and some received $18,000 or more in one night. They just bumped up their salary. It wasn't like, oh, go find the money. It wasn't a case of let's negotiate. It was, this is it, you do it. President Z, you do it. Everyone, you find the money and you do it. No COLA, no state, whatever the case. Here we're getting something, we're getting some funding, and I want to make the point that it should be just the same. It should be the full 12. Bring up another point. These same people are going to be part of that 12 because it's all faculty, and that's everybody up to our vice president, on my understanding. And I'm a big fan of it should be a gradual point. Our people at the bottom, we can't recruit them. We get people turning down the jobs all the time because they can't live, as you've heard everyone state. People at the bottom, they need that full 12%. When we get up to 120, 130,000, whatever, phase it away. Not a straight cut, but less and less the higher you go. The math can be done, trust me. And it needs to be done something like that. But we need to, it should not be across the board is my point. Somebody making 150,000 should not be getting a 12% raise while a 50,000 person gets the same. The difference is this person can fill up their gas tank of their car. This person gets to fill up the tank of their boat. And I think it's not the same. And I'm very honest on that. So that's my point. Thank you.
Sorry, Laura Naumann, Laura-Naumann. Good afternoon, board. I know you have a lot of big decisions that you have to make today. I don't envy you. To echo comments from my colleague, Dr. Payson at UNR, the legislature put you here today, or put you in this position today, because we continue to, as one of our candidates said, not sell the narrative of why higher ed is important to our state. We continue to be underfunded by the legislature. I think LG Marshall said 90% of the national average that we dedicate to funding in higher ed. Session after session, I've been here 10 years. I'm not a resident of Nevada, but I've lived here 10 years. I continue to see the legislature balance the budget on the backs of our system, which trickles down to faculty and staff backs. You've heard from my colleagues the detriments that has. I think about a model for student success is to make sure that their basic needs are met. We have faculty telling you that their basic needs aren't being met. How can they support students when they can't even support themselves? Colleague who can't bring her daughter down to live with her. You have tough decisions to make. And the reality is you don't need more data. You don't need more sad stories from faculty. 5 of the institution presidents definitively said to support 12% COLA, and the other 3 said that they would make it work. You have tough decisions today, and you really need to step up to the plate. In terms of FY25, I'll say the hard thing that only 2 people in their comments said, GBC and NS. We need to reevaluate student fees. If many of you are business owners, if you were running a restaurant and food costs were going up, you have to raise prices on food. Our students will understand because our quality of education is going down when we don't fund education and supporting students. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrzej Renard. I'm a professor of mathematics at CSN. And, well, thank you for listening to me. I was supposed to teach right now, but I had to cancel my class to come here to speak up because things are getting worse and worse. I'm supposed to be teaching now about mortgages and credit cards and percentage rate and change and all of that. But, well, I can't, but I still can do a little bit of math here. So as I do the groceries, and I can teach you about a little bit of, I'm gonna show you a little bit of percent change. So what you do is you take the new price, which is let's say gallon of milk right now, I have to pay $6.19. And you subtract the old price, which is $4.99, which I'm used to, and you divide by the old price. So that's 24% change in just a gallon of milk. Me and my 2- and 5-year-old kid, we have to go over 3 of those or 4 of those over a month. So that adds up really quickly. And those are this is just milk. We can go about, I don't know, croissant, 50% from $1 to $1.50. It adds up very quickly. It really adds up. So I don't know where they get inflation, where did they get the inflation rates from. But from what I'm just calculating in my cart, it's not 8% or even 10% or 4% national average. Maybe for some products it is. But for these products I buy, it's 24%. So I understand that we are here to support COLA of 12% the maximum, and that's what I would like you to vote for. And thank you for your attention. And please do what's needed and what's deserved by the faculty. Thank you for your attention very much.
Good afternoon, Nicole Thomas, NICOLE president of our Graduate Professional Student Association at UNLV and a PhD student there as well. I'll try to be quick. I don't have prepared remarks, but I do want to say that none of our students would be here if not for our faculty. I genuinely mean that. The reason I'm standing here today, all the accomplishments that I've made, the grants that I've received, the research that I've done, all of that has been because of our wonderful faculty. I don't think people join education to try to get paid more. That's not something that you go into. All of you here are not doing this for the money. You don't get paid enough. We don't get paid enough. Nobody gets paid enough. But it gets to the point where we are unfortunately losing really, really talented folks, all because they cannot make rent. They cannot buy a home. And I just really want to emphasize that I fully support that as a student. I think it would be detrimental to not support that 12%. The conversation of student fees will come up. I'm happy to still entertain that discussion as a student. I think that's going to be a difficult but important discussion. These are services that we pay for. And at the end of the day, if we do not have faculty to guide us, there is no school. So I'm just encourage you all to support that endeavor. I also want to gently second Dr. Bill Robinson's comments on the chancellor search as well. I know you all have an incredibly difficult decision ahead of you, and I appreciate the time that you're taking to make it. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Tracy Sherman, the Faculty Senate Chair at CSN for Moments. I want to thank you for letting me speak today, and I want to just echo what everybody's saying about the COLA raises. You don't need me to belabor it. Clearly, my faculty need a raise. On a different note, on the chancellor's search, the candidate you have today, he's really strong, and we're excited about that. But it was a little disheartening that the Faculty Senate, classified, and student leadership voices were not necessarily taken seriously yesterday. Now, there were also some concerns echoed by a few of you. So we would really encourage you to look at the search process and the policies in the future so that choosing people in these important roles is not so opaque. That said, if we leave this meeting today and we have a new chancellor and some big raises, you guys are going to be heroes. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Elisa Hallman. That's Hallman. And I'm the assistant to the chancellor and the System South office manager. I'd just like to echo the sentiments shared yesterday by Sherry Olson, the HR director for NSHE. Please follow through with the hire of Dr. Drake. If a decision is not made today, this will represent a huge gap for NSHE and a huge waste of Nevada taxpayers' money. What NSHE needs right now is the stability of a leader. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I will make this quick as well. First name Teresa, Teresa, last name Marie, Marie. I am a graduate student, PhD, as well as the treasurer for GPSA at UNLV. So I got my undergrad at UNLV and I left and went to UMass and received my law degree and my master's. And I credit UNLV for everything that I have accomplished. And I left, I graduated in 2016, left, started there in 2017, and I came back in 2020. And I applied and started in 2022. So my application went through in 2021, and I went to UNLV and I saw all my old professors in my department. And when I started in 2022, we had 4 less faculty from my department alone. And I know in time we have lost to other faculty, and other faculty are looking to go elsewhere because our faculty are honest with us. And I love UNLV, like through and through. I bleed red. And I wouldn't have come back if it wasn't for the professors here. But there are students who are doing the same thing. They want to stay here, but their faculty are leaving. And this 12% is a start for many, but I think it's what's going to also help keep students enrolling at UNLV. If they are seeing that we don't have access to professors and access to classes, they're not going to come. And then what schools will we have? So even at, Reno and CSN and the other schools, it is important. So I ask that you guys definitely take into consideration that this 12% is important to keep our students happy as well as our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you all for the public comment. I'm going to apologize up front for a 3 to 4 minute administrative break that we're going to take. There's a couple of legal things that have come up that I've got to confer with counsel on, and then we will move forward. So we'll take a 2 to 3 minute administrative break. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for allowing us the time to confer a few things with legal counsel. But let's get back to it. If we can find our seats, we will resume. All right, thank you all very much for the indulgence. We're ready to get back on track. We'll move into agenda item number 2. And what I'll do is ask the committee chair to make some comments regarding the search. Thank you.
Short and sweet. We're done. That was a great search. It was started in early February, and yesterday it concluded. And as chair of the ad hoc chancellor search committee, I am pleased to present Dr. Lawrence Drake as the nominee recommended by the search committee for consideration to the entire Board of Regents as chancellor for the Nevada system of higher education. That's it.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that, Vice Chair Escada, and we certainly appreciate the amount of work that was done with the search committee and everything that took place to get us to where we are today. What I'd like to do at this point is open up, really open the floor up to board discussion. And this could be board discussion, or we could move into motions. However the board would like to proceed in terms of any type of discussion, we can get started on this agenda item. Regent Goodman?
I move to nominate Dr. Drake as our chancellor.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. So there's a motion to nominate.
Oh, appoint.
Sure. Appoint Dr. Drake as our next chancellor. Is there a second to that motion?
I would second that motion.
Seconded by Regent Breger. So it's moved by Regent Goodman and seconded by Regent Breger that we would appoint Dr. Drake as the next chancellor of the system of higher education. Is there any discussion?
Go ahead if you want to go first. Okay, great. You're on the
the
committee. I'd like to go after
All
Regent
right.
Goodman.
I do have something to say. I want to share with everyone another man that didn't need a job. His name is Oscar Goodman, and he had a really viable law practice. And he gave it up because he loved his city and he wanted to be the mayor. and he had vision. And so he was talking to Gary Bettman, David Stern, Roger Goodell in 1999 about professional sports in Las Vegas. And we just won a Stanley Cup. We're hosting the Super Bowl. And by the way, everyone laughed at Oscar. Everyone said Oscar was nuts. And that's what you get with a man who has nothing. He has a great accomplished career. He's Dr. Drake, they're the same. An incredibly accomplished career, someone who wants to give back, someone who wants to do the right thing. And what I see here is a leader. And I think what this system needs, the system needs to be healed. When I was out running for office, I said it yesterday. People ask me, what are you doing? Why would you want to be a part of that mess? This isn't a mess. This is a great system that has incredible things coming out of it, that has incredible people working within it. And really, if we bring on a leader who can heal the system, can communicate, can listen, will do what needs to be done from a managerial standpoint, we win. If he creates these pathways between K-12 and our institutions, it's icing on the cake. And if he uses his business acumen to create pathways between our institutions and the business world, the workforce, then, I mean, what do we have to lose? I just don't understand, and I like everyone on this board, and we've all had discussions. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to make this decision right now. This is a strong candidate. Is he going to need some help? Is he going to need a little bit of information? Absolutely. Is he a very smart man that can handle it? 100%. So it's our job to make difficult decisions. It's our job to provide leadership for the staff, whose morale, by the way, is extremely low. So what we need to do right now is we need to stop kicking the can down the road, and we need to make a decision. And I'm just asking you kindly to please, let's move forward. Let's bring this man on. Let's support him. This is a new beginning. This is a new beginning. We can get a great chancellor, and let's see what happens with these raises. But all I'm saying is this could be a great new start for NSHE. And boy, do we need that. So I would implore all of you, please, please, consider voting for Dr. Drake. Thank you.
Regent Breger.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come from a position of experience and knowledge. From 12 years on the school board to 12 years on the Clark County Commission to hiring 3 superintendents to hiring county managers. I do implore this board to move forward. To whatever's happened to the past that I've watched over the 10 years, we need to move past that. We need to come to the adult table, and we need to make a motion that is, this motion needs to be supported. We have heard from faculty staff that would say what they did and then come and say, well, he's a great man. Well, being a great person can give you the institutional knowledge from what we have here. Who would ever be able to just walk into any position? I became a real estate agent 33 years ago. I didn't know anything 33 years ago. But I know my position now because I've taken classes. I have to take 24 hours every 2 years. Now I'm down to 12 because I've been in it so long, but now it's 36 hours every 2 years. Who does that? It might not be a college degree, but it's an educated situation. It has helped me in all of my life. It's helped me to be a trustee, a commissioner, and now a regent. We don't take this job to make the easy decisions. Just like hopefully passing the 12% is essential to your lives. It's extremely essential. We want quality educators for our students that deserve it. I've been serving in this community for over 50 years. This today is imperative. Let go of the past, move to the future. This is a man that can bring us where we need to go. Kind, leadership, astute, listened, answered questions. When he didn't know something, it's okay. We heard from some staff that have been here for 40-some years. You have the knowledge to give this gentleman. No one is going to walk into this seat and know everything they need to do, as none of us did. But to say you've been on 5 searches and none of them brought forth the right person, take a chance, move forward, and do that. I heard that yesterday. I don't want to I'm not being disrespectful. There have been 5 searches. We've had how many people in all these years? I have to be bold like this. I didn't get into this seat to where we could not move forward. Our students deserve it. Our faculty deserve it. The presidents deserve it. This is a person that can lead us in the future. I believe that with all my knowledge, experience, and I would hope that could be trusted. I just think that we have amazing 13 people. All 13 people are amazing. We each bring something different to the board, but it is time to take that leap. And it is time, because there's no one that's going to stand there that's going to give you 100% of everything that we all want and know. That's impossible. But every one of us individually are amazing. We each bring something forward on this board that has historical, and I respect that to the nth degree. But I want success, and I believe this can happen. We all might think differently, but I just implore you to take this leap of faith.
Regent Boylan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I'm just thinking we shouldn't get emotional. This is not a position that's going to get us a person who touches us emotionally. Because like I said yesterday, hey, we bald, beautiful brothers. I was getting emotional. And then I was shot down by somebody who told me to. No, I'm just kidding. But we can't get emotional about this. We have to be realistic. We heard from the staff, from faculty. We heard from admin. We heard from students. We heard from all the members who were on the search, well, not on the search committee, but on that other part of it. I hate saying it, outsiders, no, but those people also. And I think Dr. Drake, a great guy, nice guy. And we cannot have somebody come into a position to learn on the job. Because like Regent Goodman said, a mess, and it's quite a mess. We can't kick it down the road and stuff like that. So we want someone to come in now and take control, who knows what he's doing. I'd rather have a ship that's sinking, and everybody's talking about the Titanic and all that, but maybe we have a guy who knows what's happening and he can get us out of that mess. Not, oh, well, we'll show you how to get around icebergs and you'll learn it on the job. Nah, we're getting emotional, and I don't think it's right. I think I love that guy. I think he was the best of the lot, but he is not, for me, he cannot step in, like they say, and hit the road running. So I would be against choosing him because I don't want to be emotional. I don't want to think that we have to do something just because it's desperate. If you don't do this, we're not going to go home tonight or something. No, there's always tomorrow. Keep smiling, keep punching. I think we'll find the right person. They were great, especially the two of them. One had her political greatness. The other two had great stuff in education. But we need someone from the inside who knows what they're talking about, who knows the system, and who's going to lead us at this difficult time. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were a few items that that I wanted to comment on. I would say that my vote yesterday had nothing to do with the past. It had to do with the candidates that we had before us. If the past means Tuesday and Wednesday, then yeah, the past. But that's what I'm talking about is what we have in front of us. I've heard from people publicly, as we heard yesterday in the meeting, and also privately, that this search felt different than other searches. It didn't feel to many as transparent as others in the past. That's one point I wanted to make. But I also wanted to say that I mentioned that I've been on 5 searches since I've been on the board, and they've all been very successful. All the last 4, but before this one, I want to put that on the record completely, that every one of those searches was done in a very professional manner. And I think we got wonderful finalists from each of those searches. This one, in my estimation, was a bit different, and that's about the process, not about the policies that we have in place, but the process that happened with this search. With that being said, I want to reiterate that this industry, many of us come from outside of education. This industry, higher ed especially, is about shared governance and about listening to everybody at the table. While I came to my decision on my own, I also felt that it was important to hear the voices of all of the advisory members. And overall, the majority of those advisory members felt similarly to the way I did. And I felt that as a voting member of this committee, it was incumbent upon me to listen to the voices of those advisory members and others who came forward. So my vote was partially because of my feelings about the candidate, but as well to show support for our advisory members and others who are part of our higher education community here at NSHE, who said many of the same things I did. And I think it's very important for us to listen to those voices. But I would like to ask our council if it's possible to go down the road that Dr. Robinson mentioned in public comment, if we are able to have any more meetings or discussions, have him available for presidents. This is the part of the policy that I think is difficult for us. But I wonder if that's at all a possibility.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. That's an area that's a little bit vague in the policy. Normally, I would say when the policy is vague like that, then there's some discretion. The odd part about this situation is the policy also says that if you want to divert from this process, then it requires a 2/3 vote by the board. So I think the question is going to become, is what we are doing diverting from the established process? And if it is, then it's going to take a 2/3 majority vote by the board to go a different process.
Thank you for that clarification. I really do appreciate Dr. Robinson's suggestion on that. I realize the difficult position that I am in by having a dissenting vote on the committee yesterday. And I will assure everybody that no matter who our chancellor is, I will work with them professionally and moving our system forward. I was elected to this board to do just that, and you all have my assurance that I will certainly do that. Like I've said before, I just have questions about Dr. Drake's ability to step into this very, very large role given his higher education experience. And I heard that several times by our advisory members as well. So thank you.
Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very familiar with being the dissenting vote. I was the dissenting vote when we hired President Sandoval. So very familiar about being on the unpopular side. However, since that time, he has proved to be one of the better presidents that we've had. I was wrong about the dissenting vote. However, I did not have a crystal ball at the time when I did that. I just voted my conscience and I voted what I thought I believed. It was my colleagues that surrounded me and said, and saw something that maybe I did not see. Since that time, and of course I promised to, as I have supported that particular president, and I think he's fantastic. He's what UNR needed at the time. And so I respected my colleague's opinion. I say that to say this. We did critical roles. The critical roles we decided on were leadership, communicator, and partnership builder. Leader, he is a proven leader. Dr. Drake has led in the corporate world. He's been a leader. He's been a president of an institution. He's led across the board in a variety of different types of leadership. A communicator, well, we all were impressed by his answers to the questions, his thoughtfulness for those questions, and how he communicated very clearly how he felt and was unashamed of saying some of those things. Not that he had anything to be ashamed about. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant. But he said those things earnestly and candidly. And then we had partnership builder. Well, if you can build a partnership between warring countries in Africa, I think we can bring together, this particular group. So I am 100% behind the nomination, and I will be supporting it.
Regent Tarkanian. Regent Tarkanian, you're muted. Regent Tarkanian, if you can hear me, I just want to let you know that we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think I better take a few tech classes. I just wanted to ask what was the enrollment at the Methane Cookman University where Dr. Drake became interim president and dean? In the material I read, it was 2,900. And that caused me concern because we certainly have a lot more than 2,900 involved in most of our individual institutions. So am I reading that correctly?
You are.
It's 2,900.
Yes.
Okay. I have concerns about his background in education. I don't know if 2,900 of a single institution prepares you the way you need to be prepared for several different institutions having far more enrollment, number one. Number two, I am impressed with his being able to converse and present his ideas. And I think he's a good person, but I could not vote for him. I just want to put that down. Thank you. And my feeling is, if I could just finish, I'm sorry. My feeling is I'd rather do it a little longer and do the very, very best we can than have the situation we have now where we're not sure. Thank you.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. This is a very difficult decision, and I feel it's the most important decision we make as a board. And this has been an interesting process. I think I used that word yesterday because I know this is all public, and that's the word I'm going to use. I've been on 8 searches since I've been on the Board of Regents, and made that point yesterday that we only have 4 people on the board right now that have been through a search because we just haven't had the need for searches. Plus, we have 5 new regents that came on board this year, and I think the 4 that came in the last group, we just haven't had searches. So there's some real inexperience here. But with that said, I listened intently and listened to the survey results. And of the three, Dr. Drake was the best of the three for me. But I still felt that we didn't look internally. And if we did look internally, why didn't we have a candidate through our system that came through the system? Was it because nobody really wants to lead the system because they know what it is? Was it because somebody was out there that felt they could do it and got totally discouraged by things said to them or the process or something? But something happened to where, because I was the search chair before, and I know people emerge from within. And I think it's always wonderful to promote from within. I tried to say yesterday that the timing to me is just wrong. I did not appreciate that the search didn't start in the fall. It was pointed out in our briefing papers that because of the timing of the search, there was a candidate identified that was a top-notch candidate that couldn't do that to his institution because the timing was all off. You usually start your searches in the fall. You want to have your person selected by the spring to give them time, especially to make a move and come, et cetera, et cetera. So I was just trying so hard yesterday to give those reasons. I didn't feel like, I said to somebody today, I should have been on the debate team. I might be doing better at this. But I think it's really important that we listen to our advisory members. We had 77 survey results. And if I remember, I don't remember the exact, maybe you, chair of the committee, Arascotta, could tell me, but I think he got a little over 50, was it 56%? 50? Put him between good and very good, 56%. So that's barely a little over a majority. I just think we would not have a failed search, and that's where we have to understand what that means. We have provisions, it's in our board pack, what else we can do today. We can continue the search, we can talk about an acting or an interim, and then there was one other part to that. So if this doesn't pass today, there's more that we can go on to. And I will be voting no. I feel the same way that I understand scale and scalability, but to go from a private Christian college of 2,900 students to a complex, this is a very complex organization. We have 8 institutions, and within that, we have R1, and we only achieved R1. We're in the second cycle of R1, and we're going to be up for that again within probably, I think it's 2 years. So we have 2 R1 universities. We have a state college that is becoming a university at midnight tonight. I'm very happy about that. And they have a wonderful mission. We have a world-renowned research institute. They're in 7 continents. And we have 4 fabulous community colleges. That's a complex system. And we're located all over the state. About 110,000 students. We have about 17,000 faculty and staff. There wasn't enough emphasis on research from any of the candidates. And we bring in millions and millions of dollars with research. And the students talked today about their graduate programs. I mean, the lifeblood of our organization is our students and our faculty. And I just don't think he'll be great. And I feel the same way as my colleague, Regent Carvalho. If he is elected, or not appointed today, get that word right, by our board, absolutely I'll be behind him and helping him. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I just want to thank my colleagues for, sharing very poignant arguments on both sides. I apologize. It's about 11 p.m. where I am right now, but I do want to say I spent the last few days speaking to constituents, both students and families and staff. And I have, heard from a majority of them feeling that they would want a chancellor that had some more experience within complex organizations and leading those, and the uniqueness of Nevada in regard to the legislation. And, you know, this last legislative session, we basically got a vote of no confidence with the reduction of the board in terms of years and size of the board. And, you know, I think all of us on the board have really worked toward repairing those relationships. And we've talked about wanting to bring us together. And I believe that this chancellor is also the most important. Right now, I cannot, in all confidence, vote for a chancellor out of these candidates. I'm kind of shocked with this nationwide search that, you know, we didn't have people that had, you know, as much experience. And I also would have loved to see someone within the organization because of the complexities of the system apply. So I'd love to know if there was anyone within our system that, you know, did apply. But so I just wanted to share the background of why I'll be voting the way I am today. But I do appreciate the comments from the Regent Goodman and Regent Perkins. Those helped me ponder. Thank you.
Regent Brown?
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I'm starting off with this line I always hear from my colleagues that we're here. It's our job to do what's best for our institutions, faculties, and students. And I think we heard from them. We heard from them yesterday, and it was an overwhelmingly, they asked us that their opinion was that we did not have our chancellor in this search. You know, I don't want to belabor the point that I didn't like this process. I've asked for information that has not been shared. I think requests have been ignored, and I find that to be questionable on every level. But I want to go back to that first line. We're doing what's best for our students, institution, and faculty, and I don't want that to be a throwaway line. So for me, this search did not produce any candidates that I thought could understand the complexity of our system, work with all 8 institutions, 7 academic, 1 research, and I just, you know, if he was a candidate for my tech entrepreneurship ecosystem, absolutely 100% all day long, for sure. But when it comes to higher education, and having been here 6 months, I understand that this is the most complex institution that I've been a part of. And there's so much that I don't know after asking a million questions. But there's so much I do know. And I've sat down with faculty, students, our presidents, you know, leadership from across the board, and what they want in a chancellor we did not get yesterday at the podium. So I will be voting no for this search.
Regent Boylan?
Thanks, Chair. I forgot that I had asked to say something else. You woke me up. Thank you. I'm going to follow up with what I said earlier, and I'm going to thank the Brian Group. A tremendous amount of work. Really, they put in great effort, and I'll say thank you for that. But it was a great shot, wrong target. The people that were brought forward to us were not what we were really looking for, we as in me. So I've got this mouse in my pocket, so that's why I'll say we, me and my mouse. So we, I think, other regions also expected something different, and I can hear that from what they're saying now. Like Regent Heather Brown said, there was a lot of questions I had that weren't answered, couldn't get answers for whatever reasons. And I don't think such an important position really should be just taken lightly. It's going to be something that the chair has to work with, the outgoing chancellor has to work with, we have to work with. So it's going to be a really tough decision what we do now. And I hope that we can find someone who can lead us or lead the system through direction from us, proper direction. And I thank actually the committee chair, Mr. Arascata, Regent Arascata, and I still love him, but I really thank him for the amount of work he has done and all the stuff that he put together and, helped us all with, but this still wasn't enough for me. So thanks for everybody. I sound like I'm getting the Emmys or something, thanking everybody, but great job, wrong target, all right?
Vice Chair Escada?
This is a high-level leadership position. It's a very high level with requiring diverse expertise in numerous fields. We have that. We have a candidate who is only right now at a campus of 3,000 students. He also was CEO of Coca-Cola Africa, which had over 100,000 employees that he led, that followed, in which he provided the leadership necessary to having and garnering great success of Africa. He is complex, he is diverse. He has spoken to consulates, to assembly. He has spoken to leaders of countries. He has that acumen. Went over some of the few ups and downs of hiring Dr. Drake. I'm going to go with the upside. He's met all the criteria we set for chancellor leader success right now. The surveys that we completed, and as Regent Perkins mentioned, the essential criteria looking for in a chancellor, he checked every box. He can learn more about Nevada NSHE research as soon as he gets on the job. And it can happen quickly. Yeah, it's disappointing no one from inside the system wanted to apply for this. There's been a lot of people that came from outside the system and started working. Once they landed on a campus, inside NSHE, that's garnered pretty good success. I'm looking at 3 of them in front of me right now. We are not hiring someone wrong. All 3 of these candidates can do the job, and they can do the job right now. Our job as a search committee, our job as the Board of Regents was to identify the best fit from the assessments work that we are convinced that can do the best job. This search was not done and not conducted any differently than the aforementioned 13 other searches that my colleagues brought up. Nothing was done different. The exact same transparency, the exact same process. We followed it by the book just as the other searches that they participated in. If we go to an interim chancellor, by the time that we hire somebody full-time, Dr. Drake will already be up to speed and running to meet all of our goals. Anyone new, regardless of experience, will have a ramp-up requirement. It'll take them time to get up and running. Doesn't matter who it is. It'll take them time. This exceptional gentleman has the mindset, the brain power, the capability, the tenacity, the willingness to do this. Let me give you some of the downsides. Downside of not hiring Dr. Drake. We are passing on a very strong leader that we may not see again in our next search. The system will be waiting an additional year for the right ship. Because this ship may be sailing, but we have an opportunity to dock it. Plus, the reputation of the board and NSHE will take another huge hit. The Bryant Group, the 45 years of research-based motivation and competency evaluations, and the development of their top leaders across major sectors is what we hired, and that's what they found. They found the best of the best. Finally, don't let our frustration of the process get in the way of hiring a potential great individual who can continue to lead. He is a CEO. This is a CEO position. It's not a research-based position. He's a leader, proven leadership. Thank you.
Okay. Because the importance of the decision that has to be made by the Regents, I just want to make sure that everybody has had an opportunity to speak. And if there is anyone who would like to add additional comment or new comment, then please do that. Regent Goodman?
I just want to reiterate one more point. If we don't choose this individual right now, we are going to continue exactly where we are, which is what everyone perceives this to be, which is just staff isn't that happy. There's a lot of discontent, and we're just going to continue pushing that. Or we could hire someone who's a proven leader, and we could bring on this person and start having a change and start seeing something better. And that's why I ran for this position, was so that I could try to affect positive change and do something better. Because clearly it hasn't, whatever's been happening before, it hasn't worked. So maybe we need to kind of readjust our scope and try something new. And I'm not emotional, I'm just passionate. And I think it's important to stand behind something if you think it's that important. So I see staff, and I don't think morale's great, and I don't think that's okay. And I think that we need to do something and make a tough decision. And that's all I have to say.
Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I too am passionate, very, very passionate. And that's why I do this job. And I just want to disagree with something that was said by the chair of the committee, that the board will take another hit. I don't feel that way at all. I don't want anybody to even think that's, we're not going to take another hit. We've been elected to do our due diligence, to listen to our constituents, to do our homework, do our due diligence, dig in. I went and looked in the graduation rate at the private college he's coming from. It's 33%. That's not even acceptable. And I know he's only there 2 years, but that's his 2 years of experience. I'm very proud that he got the freshman class up 40%. And so I know we're working really hard. We talked about this yesterday, that by doing the not remedial, but the co-requisite, we're going to see the reward of that down the road in a couple more years. But still, I don't think the board's going to take a hit. I think the board's, it's just going to show to the public that there's a lot to consider here. And there are interim people that can start. An interim, just for many that probably don't know, an interim, by our code, you have to serve 1 year in it. You can serve 1 to 3 years. We have 2 presidents, one's up in Reno, one's sitting right here in the front row, that came in as an internal candidate to our system that started interim. They're both top presidents. I guess I can say their name, can I? Because they're part of us, right? And I'm talking about President Achara here at DRI, internal candidate. How many years with the system were you? Like 20, 25? Thank you. And I think President Dalpe, who Western Nevada College is in my district, and oh my gosh, they will vote me out of office if I do anything to change him or move him, because I've thought of him for other things. But he's been in our system for 20 years. It works, people, because we have proven leaders with our own ranks. So I am very comfortable with my vote, and I just wanted to let everybody know that we will survive, and we'll do the best in our own hearts, minds, and consciences today in this vote. And at the end of the day, we'll all still be friends. Well, I don't know about that, but no, I'm just kidding. We've had better days, but I just think this board too reflects our nation. I mean, we're 13 very individual people, and I think it's really great that we can have this public discourse and debate today. And I think it's really important to listen to people. And I'm sticking with my vote. Thank you.
Regent Downs?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, and thank you to the rest of the board and to everyone else who's out there. And I'm sorry that this meeting started late today, and I appreciate the chair of the search committee, Arascata, pushing for 1 o'clock start time for me today. So anyway, that being said, I attended yesterday, and I did listen to, I believe it was over 40 or 50 people express their opinions from the community regarding this position and this particular candidate and all the candidates really. I'm still at a loss. I did vote to move this forward, and this is where we are now. But I still sit here with questions, and I ask myself, if I have questions, is this the right thing to go forward with? And I mean, to bring someone across the country to uproot his life to try something new here when there are so many questions and mixed support, it makes me wonder, is that really right? And is it right for us? I mean, we're going to be making a 4-year at least commitment to a person. If we did go, I did mention yesterday, I do support interims. If we had an interim, we would be able to test run a person for a year and then make some decisions from that point. So I don't see if we had a failed search as a failure on us. I think that that's all part of the due diligence process. So I guess where I stand today is I'm leaning more in that direction.
Regent Boylan?
Thank you for your patience, Chair, and I won't take long with this one. It's just a question, so I wrote it down, so I don't forget. Oh my God, okay. And this is for Mr. GQ, the young counsel of ours, Jimmy. What happens if we don't choose someone, and then what do we do next, kind of? I know everybody's spoken about a wee bit here and there, but I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. Not that you're a horse, but I'd like to hear it from you, young Jimmy.
Jimmy Martinez for the record.
Thank you.
So there's a couple options that the board has. And in the search process, if the board does not move to appoint one of the nominees that the committee brings forward, it may direct the committee to continue the search process and recommend additional nominees to bring back in front of the board. There's also the possibility, and we agendized this in such a way that the board could also today hold the conversation and consider moving forward with an acting or interim appointment. The appointment could not happen today. It would be inappropriate to discuss individuals' character, professional competence today who have not been properly noticed under open meeting law, but the board could consider moving forward and directing the chair and vice chair to move forward according to policy in that direction.
If I may, Mr. Chair, one last question after another. Can I just second what he said and make that motion? That we. I know, I was kidding. You guys are so lovely. I love these guys. I usually know things and I pretend I don't, but yeah, so we can't do that. Okay.
Regent Breger?
One thing I want to stand corrected, some of those searches were president searches. So I just would like to, I didn't realize that at first and I thought about it. So I just would like to say that. Secondly, I don't think hearing opinions from staff, faculty, and all that is disrespecting them if we make a different opinion. We're the ones that have to make that opinion and live with it. And so I respect how anyone wants to vote. I've done this. This is my 25th year of doing what may be new on here, but not new to processes and different things. But I respect that, and I think we move forward, no matter how this goes, to do the best that we possibly can. I mean, I've worked in classrooms and with teachers and with principals, and so I respect all of them, but it doesn't mean I have to do what they want, because they're not getting paid these big bucks that we're getting paid. So in all seriousness, I love what they had to say, but we have to take each thing with a grain of salt and do what we really feel is best for the system. And if we all feel different, it's okay, because eventually we'll get where we want to go. I wish we were getting there today. It doesn't look like it. And I don't think the 12% raise is going to make them all better. I think it's going to help. I don't know where it's going, but I'm for it. So I don't know where it's going to go, and I think that we need to work on morale. I think we need to work out how students get educated, and this is a little detour, possibly, it sounds like, in the road. I hope not, but I just wanted to at least add that one comment for that.
Regent Perkins.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're batting around interim, is it possible to appoint Dr. Drake as interim? Why not?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, we would have to end the search process.
Okay.
And then the board would have to make a motion to move forward with an interim appointment process, which is a separate process in the code.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. That was my question.
Can I call the question?
You can call a question. Sure. Yeah. So the question is on the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Drake as the Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. What I'd like to do at this point, as just for formality purposes, is have Carrie take a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, procedurally, if a regent requests to call the question, that motion needs to be seconded, and then you would vote on that first to end debate, and then move forward.
I apologize. I was just so excited to get this moving that I just wanted to get it.
Chair Brooks, I'll be happy to second that.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. So we have it's moved by Regent Brown and seconded by Regent Del Carlo to call for the question. Is there any discussion in that? I don't hear that there's any discussion. So those in favor say aye or yes.
Aye.
Those who oppose say no.
Aye.
Those who oppose say no or nay. Great. We will now move on to the question is on the adoption of the motion to appoint Dr. Drake to the Chancellor position for the Nevada System of Higher Education. Once again, I'll ask Carrie, just for formality purposes, to do a roll call vote.
Regent Brown,
No.
Regent Carvalho,
No.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
No.
Regent Del Carlo,
No.
Regent Downs,
No.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McMichael,
No.
Regent Perkins,
Yes?
Regent Tarkanian,
No.
Vice Chair Ariscotta,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Nay.
Regent Breger,
Yes.
Chair Brooks.
It's so irrelevant. I would have given Dr. Drake an opportunity to demonstrate his capability, so yes.
The motion fails.
Okay. So the motion to appoint Dr. Drake to Chancellor has obviously failed. What I'd like to do is call upon Jimmy Martinez, our counsel, to support the process of moving forward.
So Jimmy Martinez, for the record, at this time, there can be another motion made to either direct the search committee to bring back additional nominees for board consideration at a future meeting, or another option would be to make a motion to direct the chair and vice chair to move forward with the interim or acting process.
What about agendizing that? Sorry, sir, but agendizing something you said. We have to agendize it at this meeting.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, it's currently in the agenda to discuss the acting or interim possibility of that process. So today you would trigger that process, but you couldn't make that appointment today. That would have to go on a future agenda, and we'd have to follow the acting or interim process.
Sorry about that, Chair, but I just.
Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. So in according with what our legal counsel just said, I move to discontinue the search process and proceed with the appointment of an interim chancellor per board policy that includes consideration of Provost Chris Heavey of UNLV if he is contacted by staff and expresses interest in the position.
Can't discuss something.
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved by Regent Del Carlo and seconded by Regent Brown. The short end of the motion, if you don't mind, Regent Del Carlo, was to bring back Chris Heavey for consideration of appointment of interim chancellor. Is that correct?
That's correct. Consideration. Yes.
For consideration,
Yes.
right.
Yes. I wasn't sure really, Chair Brooks, whether to put his name out here because I know
Just want to know.
it's not in the, I don't have his permission, but I did check with legal counsel and it's okay to do that because we're not discussing him or his character, or any of that today. But we also have the option as regents, three of us can request an agenda item, 5 of us can request a special meeting. I didn't know whether to say it in public or just have regents that are interested in him send it to you or any other name they may know, so.
So as part of discussion, Jimmy, it looks like you want to weigh in on something, and I'd like to offer something as well.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, I was actually going to invite AG Bordelev to opine on this matter since she's here for open meeting law purposes.
Rosalie Bordelev, for the record. All I would add, and I think Jimmy Martinez kind of said all of this already, but is just to refrain from getting into any discussion regarding anyone who wasn't listed on the agenda. So the motion put forward by Regent Del Carlo would simply be asking staff to reach out to an individual, and if that individual is interested, a future agenda item for consideration may come forward. There's also no problem with regents requesting, if you should decide that that's a way you want to go, asking that in between meetings, regents who have individuals they'd like to suggest those to staff, have staff reach out and come up with a future consideration topic, whether that be to committee or the full board.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification because that would have actually been my next question for you. And that is, how do we accept a motion? And Regent Del Carlo, I may ask for a friendly amendment based on what I'm about to say, and I'll leave it up to you to decide to do this. But really make a motion so that we bring back possibly several nominees to serve in the interim role rather than naming one right now in the meeting without having any real conversation or discussion with those that we may have an idea of that we would like to see from an internal perspective come forward. And it seems to me like it would be more amenable to reach out to those folks and ask them of their interest prior to publicly naming them at this point to bring them back. Jim, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, Jimmy Martinez, for the record, what you're saying right now is all inherent in the process. So the current process for the appointment of an interim or acting chancellor is for those individuals to be sought out, vetted, brought back to the board. It could be one, it could be several. And then for the board to appoint that individual, it requires a 2/3 vote by the board. So it's all part of the process. So I don't think at this point the board needs to worry about getting every name that everybody is thinking out there. Regent Del Carlo has stated who she would like to be considered, but that can happen off the record also.
So, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry.
One moment, Regent
Sorry,
Berlin.
sorry.
Regent Goodman, I know you were wanting.
So with all due respect, that you float a name after we deny the actual search candidate seems a little inappropriate. And so I'm totally for an interim search, and I think Chris is more than qualified. But doing that is just, it just makes us look really poor, and I just want to put it on the record.
I thought I had my name there.
Regent Borland?
Thanks, so. What about just saying, are there any individuals out there in-house who would like to apply for this position without taking any one person's name? And I think that's what Regent Del Carlo may have meant, is to bring someone forward. Does that satisfy Regent Goodman? If that's the case, it's not one person. We are bringing. Yeah, all right.
My name's on there.
Yes, there you go. All
Excuse me,
right.
no,
Thank-
no, of course. I'm saying it doesn't make us look good to float a name, is all I'm saying. So that's, just want to put that on the record again.
Thank you, ma'am. Go off.
Okay. Regent Breger?
Regent Goodman was able to say that before me, but again, I really mean no disrespect, but I've just done this too much to think that we would sit here and as soon as we got a failed search, a name came out. It looks bad. It just looks horrifically bad to me, and whether it was planned or not, it just sends a message that, oh, failed search, let's name this guy right now, instead of doing a true agenda item and thinking about it or having a committee or something. I'm embarrassed. I'm wholeheartedly embarrassed, and not at the people or who did it. I don't care who would have done it. It could have been done out there. It could have been done there. I am mortified. I am literally mortified, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm mortified that that happened sitting in this meeting when we tried to get a chancellor.
Regent Downs?
Thank you. I was just going to ask if we can keep it as a general and look for chancellor interims at this point, and I appreciate that that's already been addressed. So if that's a friendly amendment that Regent Del Carlos, do we need to make a friendly amendment for that, or to remove names, or just to make it to we'll do a search for an interim chancellor and come back with names down the road?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I don't believe that the current motion limits the pool by any means.
I would just ask if we could take names off of it, then we could move forward and see what else might rise in that process. So anyone else who might be interested wouldn't be discouraged from it.
Mr. Chair.
Regent Del Carlo?
Did he make a friendly amendment? I wasn't quite sure.
I think there were several suggestions of a friendly amendment to the motion.
But nobody made it. Nobody said I make a friendly amendment too. So he was discussing that.
I'll make the friendly amendment. Can we remove the name from the request, the nomination, or not nomination, the motion?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I just want to point out, I think the proper process would, if that's the way you want to go, to withdraw your motion and then make a new motion. That would be much clearer.
Okay, I will withdraw my motion and make my motion more clear. And I have had legal counsel, just so we know. And I'll make my I'll say it now. I think it's even worse when somebody who's highly qualified, never mind. I'll make my motion. I move to discontinue the search process and proceed with the appointment of an interim chancellor per board policy. Let's see, is that right? Let's see, move includes consideration. Let's see, how's it saying? An interim chancellor per board policy for the position of chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. Does that sound
I
better?
second the motion.
Okay. I think you just did.
Thank you. I believe that Regent Downs seconded that motion. So it is now moved by Regent Del Carlo and seconded by Regent Downs to approve the process of bringing in an interim chancellor per board policy. Or I'm sorry, I said interim chancellor, but is that the way that you would phrase that? An interim chancellor per board policy to fulfill the role of chancellor for the Nevada System of Higher Education. Is there any discussion?
Just
Mr. Chair?
since I made the motion, I get the first, I think.
I
Or-
just wanted to
right?
clarify your motion started out with discontinue the search.
My move to discontinue the
Correct.
search.
Correct.
So that was my fault because I didn't add that when I
Discontinue the search
got it.
and proceed with the appointment of an interim chancellor.
Thank you. So I will restate the motion just so that we're all clear.
Okay.
So that it is moved by Regent Del Carlo and seconded by Regent Downs to discontinue the search and find an interim chancellor per board policy to serve as the chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education.
Thank you. That is correct. And
Thank you.
think
And I believe that there was
somebody's-
some additional,
Regent Downs, I think, seconded that.
that's
right?
correct.
Yeah.
Regent Downs did second it. I had called for any discussion, and I believe that, I know that Regent Perkins was on deck, but I think that there was something you wanted to add.
Well,
Regent Del
since I
Carlo?
made the motion, I usually get the first say, so I have no problem at all open this up, and I would just ask that we start this, like, Monday is a working day, right? I don't think NSHE's off, are they? Okay. So it's a working day, right? Yeah, it's not a state holiday. So we get going on this, because we still can get somebody on board, I really believe, by August 1st. Thank you.
Regent Perkins?
Just a point of clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first motion was made, and then there was a second by Regent Brown. Did she withdraw her second?
I believe that because Regent Del Carlo withdrew the entire motion, it automatically nullifies a second that would have been made for that.
Okay, just checking, because I remember at a previous meeting, somebody had to withdraw their second also.
Gotcha. Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Discussion?
We're still in discussion. Vice Chair Escada?
Quick discussion. Sorry. This entire charade just seems contrived. The whole thing. If this was the goal at the end, to sabotage the search that went to book, we did it just by the book. We have a person that can start August 4th, August 1st. We have that. This whole thing just seems deliberately conceived and it just does not sit well. Does not sit well with me at all. Just contrived. Thank you.
Regent Perkins, there's something you'd like to add?
Yes, just a quick question. What happens between now and the time the interim gets appointed?
Council Martinez?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Per past practice and board policy, the chancellor has an officer in charge list that he keeps on file with the chair of the board, and the officer in charge would then continue the day-to-day operations until an interim is appointed.
Can we get a copy of that list? Just
Sure. Is there any other regents that would like to add to this conversation? Regent Boylan?
Thank you, sir. I really believe, and I don't know Mr. Heavey, or I really believe that Regent Del Carlo just said the name of someone that she thought would be a person that was good. I mean, I could say Dr. Whitfield, who's sitting right there. He gave me the spin today. I don't know. That doesn't mean it's contrived or that this is someone planned this. I've heard the name Mr. Heavey a couple of times today. even before the meeting, it didn't mean anything to me. So I really don't think that we should start pointing fingers, saying that one regent just took one person's name. We're talking about enter more people into the race, from within the institutions. So I don't think we should point fingers at one regent who was making a very salient point. And, like I said, I could choose Dr. Acharya, or anybody, just because it's on my mind, and I said it. So I don't think we should start doing that and say that this is too weird. And that's with all due respect to you, Mr. Ariscana. Thank you, sir.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, so the question is on the adoption of the motion to disregard the chancellor search and begin bring somebody in as an interim chancellor per board policy to serve as the chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. I think what we'll do is a roll call vote just for formality on something that's important. And so I'll ask Carrie to begin the roll call vote. Thank you. Regent Breger, you've asked for the motion to be repeated. The motion is to disregard the search. Discontinue the search and move forward with the process of an interim.
Mr. Chair, if I may confirm with council whether this requires a 2/3 or simple majority.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, this would be a simple majority vote. The appointment of an interim will require 2/3.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho?
Yes.
Regent Cruz Crawford?
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo?
Yes.
Regent Downs?
Yes.
Regent Goodman?
Yes.
Regent McMichael?
Yes.
Regent Perkins?
Yes.
Regent Tarkanian?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ariscata?
Yes.
Regent Boylan?
Yes.
Regent Breger?
Yes.
Chair Brooks?
Yes.
Regent Brown?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
And there you have it. So we got through that. That's good. Here's what I'd like to do is, at this point, prior to moving on to agenda item number 3, is just take a 5-minute administrative break, and then we'll get back to it. Thank you. Okay, so what I'd like to do is start moving forward on the next agenda item. Again, I think this agenda item, just like the last one, should be pretty simple to get done. So I know that we'll move into agenda item number 3, and I'm going to ask that Acting Chancellor Dale Urquiagua open this up with his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Dale Urquiaga, Acting Chancellor for now 35 more days, since we're all counting. It's my pleasure to introduce agenda item 3, considering the salary increase, which we're calling the shorthand of the cost of living COLA increase for professional staff. You've had a lot of context on this and over the last few months. Nonetheless, I'm going to give you a little bit more so you realize how the Council of Presidents and I came to today with the documents and the information that is before you. So you will recall that during the legislative session, the body made the decision to fund NSHE cost of living or salary increases at the rate of support of state operating accounts, which as a system average is about 66%. It's 65.74 or 65.9, depending who I ask. So that number is different than the number we wanted. The governor requested an 80% funding. We supported that. That was not what we received. So this is the lay of the land. You've also heard that classified employees automatically receive a 12% increase tomorrow. They are treated differently in the pay bill because they are subject to state rules in a way that our professional staff are not. So we have now sort of two classes of decision around this. And because of the meetings that we had in public where we discussed the impact of the COLA and the impact of the 66 roughly percent funding, the legislature included language that says not to exceed 12%. So the legislature did hear the concern, and they gave the board the latitude to adjust the COLA should the board wish to do so. So you know how we get to that average. You've seen some of these numbers before. It's not 66% across the board. Our institutions receive state operating support at varying levels. For example, system administration is very high. It's it's state-supported money and campus assessment. UNR and UNLV is significantly lower in their percentage of state support because they have large self-supporting and research budgets. So it varies from institution to institution, and therefore the impact of funding the COLA at an amount for which there is only 66% of that money has differing impacts on the institution. So I think you know all that. When the session adjourned and the governor signed first the pay bill and ultimately a bill regarding PERS reform, we entered into discussions here at the system office with the Council of Business Officers first, and then the Council of Presidents to talk about the impact. And I heard in those meetings a number of positions and thoughts and ideas and requests that over the period of about 2 weeks led me to set some guardrails for how the institutions might respond. And so I'll give you those first out of the gate. We took off the table for fiscal 24 the idea of student fee increases. That's because students have already enrolled. They have paid fees. And so for us to consider fee increases now could open us to litigation, frankly, because it could be considered a breach of contract. And so we took it off the table for fiscal 24. At the request of the business officers, I also took off the table the idea of uniform furloughs. So we would pay for these costs by furloughing people who had just been given a raise. Business officers and the president said, it's a terrible idea. And so we took it off the table. Similarly, I took off the table a universal hiring freeze. I have been through a universal hiring freeze in state government during the Great Recession. They're cumbersome to manage, and in a system such as ours, they're very unwise, if not unworkable. Individual programs and individual institutions have to hire in different ways at different paces. And so to unilaterally ask this board to order a freeze was taken off the table. It's not a good policy for us. That means that where we landed is that each institution, including system administration and system computing services, will make adjustments to their annual budget to compensate for whatever COLA level the board sets. So if it's at this percent, we have this impact. If it's at this other percent, we have a different impact. If it's at this highest percent, we have this impact. We all agreed that that was the right course of action, to let the presidents adjust to the impact, but have a uniform application of the COLA, not have a 12% COLA at UNR and a 9% COLA at TMCC and a 10.3% COLA at UNLV. That would be chaos, disrespectful to staff, and frankly, just sort of bad bookkeeping for our payroll systems. So we all agreed, where goes one, go all, and that we would ask you to apply this in that way. The law gives you some latitude to set the not to exceed. We don't think it really allows us to mess around with a lot of those permutations of math. We think it is best to set a COLA at a uniform percentage and let the institutions adjust in this fiscal year. I will say, an earlier speaker talked about what I am, and I remember, I am not the mathy guy, and for the board's edification, we do not have a CFO today. CFO Klinger is today the business officer at UNR. And so you get me, folks. So you will get the English political science explanation of mathiness. But we had an earlier speaker talk about what I would call, from my economics classes 40 years ago, sort of a graduated scale. I frankly thought about this during the retention bonuses that were conceived by the governor and the legislature. I thought if you made $60,000 a year, you should get more than somebody who made $140,000 a year. The business officers ultimately convinced me and the presidents to have a flat retention bonus up to $120,000, which is when we ran out of money. Incidentally, the second installment of those went out today. So congratulations to my coworkers who were eligible. I will say, as someone who's been in government a long time and has been here a year tomorrow, I would prefer a graduated scale. However, that causes what is called in the law disparate impact. And because we don't have permission for differing scales of salary or differing job types to do that, we would risk litigation. And so, as much as I would like to have said, for example, give a 12% COLA to anyone who makes under $200,000 and give a 6% COLA to anyone who makes $201,000, I cannot do that today. That was not on the table when I met with the Council of Presidents. So I believe we really are in an all or nothing situation, which puts this back to you. So what I've done is asked the presidents to prepare contingency plans for fiscal 24 only. That was the last decision that I made. I took 25 completely out of this conversation. That was in part because the governor had not yet vetoed the PERS bill, so we weren't sure of the math. We now know the math. We are allowed not to exceed 12% in fiscal 24, and we are allowed not to exceed 11% in fiscal 25. And so today, we're only talking about fiscal 2024. And you have in your packet a plan from each of the 8 institutions. The impact at system administration is minimal, I will tell you, and so we will not, we will be able to manage our COLAs here because the staff's not very large. So you have from each of your institutions how they'll do this. And I asked them to model it at 12% because that's where the council landed. I will say it was not unanimous. We went round and round. There are institutions who have serious reservations about 12% because of the impact. The impacts are different from institution to institution. But I will also say, in defense of the presidents, every president understands this issue. They want their staff to be fairly compensated. They want their staff to be recognized for their contributions, and they want to address the issues of recruitment, hiring, and retention that you have heard me and the Council of Presidents discuss for the last 4 or 5 months. So nobody came to this decision or these contingency plans lightly, but they all came to them. So every institution has modeled for you essentially a 12% COLA, the maximum. That's where the majority landed. I will tell you, there's some math around you could do this at 10, you could do this at 8. There are reasons to do that. 8 is essentially 65 or 66%. We have enough money to give everybody 8, almost. You have this information in the supplemental material charts that were posted today. If you went to 10, that's like, had we gotten the 80% that Governor Lombardo requested for us. Those are political choices, I would say, and therefore they are choices for you. The leadership team, what your code refers to as the officers of this organization, have landed in a place where we can recommend 12. We don't all agree with that. We don't all love that, but we all, I think, recognize why it's important. And so what I would offer is, as you think about this, You're not going to suddenly solve a math problem that we tried for a month to solve. You're going to have to make a decision about, this word leadership has been used a lot this morning, about how you wish to lead. And if you wish to lead in a manner that you heard in public comment today, or if you wish to lead in a manner that is very focused on sustainability and fiscal constraint, that's your choice. The sustainability of these raises is of concern. It's 12% this year. That means that 12% stays with the employee next year, and then it compounds with 11% on top of it. So that then gets rolled into base, we hope. There's no guarantee how GFO, the Governor's Finance Office, will actually handle budgeting in the future. But this could become a sustainability issue over time. It's also a sustainability issue on the self-supporting side. We get no money for those positions. We have to self-fund it. And so that causes varying levels of concerns at varying institutions. So here's what I would say about 2025. 2025 will be a very different conversation. And you need to start that conversation, since you're starting conversations, next week. You don't have a year to make that decision. You have probably 6 months, because I guarantee you that decision, if you choose to fully fund 11% in 25, will require fee increases and or a change in the predictable pricing model and or some other measures, further positions being held vacant or layoffs. So again, to deal with the student fee issue, you vote on those in December. We have to have them prepared and telegraphed to students for enrollments by the spring. So you can't wait around. Your presidents and me for the next month and your new interim chancellor thereafter will have to begin to work on that immediately so that they can model for you the 2025. I just want you to know that. For 2024, my recommendation based on the majority of the Council of Presidents is that you fund it at 12%. I am happy for you to interview your presidents. Again, I will tell you, I don't think you will solve the math problem in some way by saying I'd like it magically to be 10 or 9 or 11. It would be nice if that were the case. The last thing I will say is, I heard this morning too, and it's the thing that has bothered me. We do have people who are highly compensated in this system. And so a 12% raise is the equivalent of a person in some instances. Now, I'm highly compensated, but luckily for you, my contract prohibits me from participating in a COLA. So I'm the only employee you will hear from today who has no dog in this hunt, as my daddy used to say. For the next 35 days, I'll continue to be paid what I was paid for the last 12 months. So I would suggest that anyone, this is my suggestion, you'll all be glad I'm leaving, that anybody in the executive series where your 12% raise amounts to between $30,000 and $60,000, which again is a person, don't take it. That's leadership. And that executive series applies only to the chancellor, presidents, vice chancellors, and the associate vice chancellor. It does not go to vice provosts, vice presidents, or deans. That's just my advice. Take it for what it's. But with that, Mr. Chair, I will be happy to yield the floor to your presidents. I'll take any questions that I can answer. But that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. We appreciate it. I think prior to moving into discussion on this, I'd like to offer Regent Downs an opportunity to voice his disclaimer.
Thank you. And Chair Brooks, Regent Downs for the record. So I have, in anticipation of this coming forward, I reached out to the Nevada Ethics Commission, and I feel like I've gotten great advice from our system counsel, from Mr. Martinez and I think it's Ms. Parker. And I have that's what I'm going to read here. But what the Ethics Commission said is to follow system counsel by the safe harbor provisions. So I'm going to do that. And I've been I've been told, well, let me read the statute. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of West Marietta College. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter. So given that my situation is not unique from anyone else in the system, in terms of what would be part of this COLA, that does not single me out. So unless there's a correction, Mr. Martinez, I'm following what System Council has told me to do in compliance with safe harbor provisions.
Council Martinez, do you have any concerns about the disclosure he just provided?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. No, that's accurate.
Thank you. Regent Breger?
If we're ready for a motion, and then we can have discussion, if that's okay.
I'm
Is it
sorry.
okay I was going to make a motion.
That
and then we
is
can have
fast.
discussion.
Okay.
Sure. And I do understand the fiscal responsibility and believe the 12% for this first year is very important to those that it will be affecting. So my motion would be is that we move for a 12% increase.
Second?
Second.
I second.
Okay, so it is moved by Regent Breger and seconded by, and you have to, I heard 3 Regent Perkins. Okay, you're doing the dance in the seat, no problem. Seconded by Regent Perkins to approve a cost of living adjustment at 12% for professional employees. Is there any discussion?
No, I'm good.
Regent DeCarlo?
Thanks. So.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. First of all, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to our faculty and staff for all the work you've done. I've been on the board since 2017, and one of the first problems I saw as a regent was the compression problem we have. And that was, I believe, Tom Riley was here, so it had to have been 2018. And we had an independent survey done with the Gallaghers, and we had an $88 million compression problem at the time. And we had gone to the legislature session after session, asked for the same thing, more pay, and didn't get it. And it's like, what do we do? So I just want to say thank you for sticking in there, helping our students, taking on more in your jobs, because I feel like you're really underappreciated and you are underpaid. I came out of the largest corporation in the world at the time. We religiously did salary surveys every year because we want to retain and recruit the best talent. To me, that's what this is all about. And they would adjust our salaries, because if we weren't in line with our competition, and we're a capitalist society, this is about competition. They made the adjustments, and I appreciated that. We have received so many public comments. We had some speak today, but as regents, we have received probably over 100 at least, and I think there would have even been more had it not been in the middle of the summer. But I do read them all and I listen to them all. I don't always have the time to respond to them all. So for all of you that did, I read them. I've read them all. What we've heard, the salaries are stagnant. It's terrible. Even if we give them 12% as we know this year, 11% next year, then we're still down to 2021 cost of living. And look what's happened in Nevada. We got hit the hardest during the pandemic. You know, it's just not fair. And the examples of the milk today, it's horrible. I freak out going to the store myself. And we get $80 a public meeting, and maybe we need a raise too, but, right? Anyway, I just think it's the right thing to do. I'm glad, Acting Chancellor Urquiaga, that you had your discussions and that we're only doing this first year, because yes, we've heard this yesterday and the day before. We don't always tell our story good or well, and we need to do that. And it's going to take a combined effort of our students, our faculty, our leadership to go back. We have interim finance committees. I'm sitting here thinking, geez, maybe I need to get a meeting with the governor and tell him. But I think the governor's on board, but it's the legislators. I don't want to use the wrong word. They really need to understand the situation, because we have got to be able to pay competitively and retain and recruit the best and the brightest. I know from being in private business that it takes a lot of money to recruit a new employee, a lot of money. And then you're not always sure what you're getting. We just had that discussion. But the people that are with you, that have done the job for you, that you want to retain, I love promoting from within. That's a wonderful thing. And then to lose them because your salary isn't competitive, that is not right. I wholeheartedly agree with this 12%, and we will figure out the rest. Thank you.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, sir. I'm not as loquish as Regent Del Carlo. I think I used the right word. I'm not sure. And that's a compliment, by the way. Yeah. Okay. I like this term that our Chancellor Urquiaga said, he used, graduated scale. And I heard that from a lot of professors and instructors, etc. Faculty, that's the word I'm looking for. Do we have the money to give everybody a 12% raise, Mr. Urquiaga? Or anyone else? Because Klinger isn't here now. So do we have that kind of money? Or has he run away now?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, there he is, okay.
I'm at my chair.
Okay.
Does the camera show me, or you want me to go back to the podium?
No, that's fine.
There I am.
You look good, you look good.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, through you to Regent Boylan, as I think I said, the basic math answer is, did the legislature give you enough money to fund a 12% COLA? No. Does the system have as a whole enough money to fund a 12% COLA? Only by making other adjustments in spending. And so you will fund the COLA at whatever rate you pick, but that will have consequences. Positions will be left vacant, operating cuts might be made, costs will be shifted to self-supporting accounts. So no, as we have said, the legislature did not provide that full amount. That full amount is in the coming fiscal year, $59.7 million. Nope, sorry, $89.7 million. And the legislature gave us $59.7 million. It's about a $30 million gap. And so we will find $30 million through other cuts or reductions or transfers in the system. So did the legislature give you the money? No. Does the system have the money? No. Can the system pay the COLA? Yes.
Okay, can I follow up with that? That's good to know at least, and we won't be charging students anymore because we can't. Because we
fiscal
already made that.
24.
Yeah, for
In
right
fiscal
now.
24.
Yes, I get it. And we can't do it, so I'm glad. We couldn't be like, hey, students, here's some more fees. So that kind of makes me happy. Now, the other thing that you said that I really liked, and I think I agree with you strongly, you told or suggested to those people who were presidents, and I don't know how many levels you went down, there are too many for me to remember, not to take this COLA increase. I really like that. So how do we work that out, and do we have an agreement from all these higher level administrators that they won't take that money? Or if we said, as Regent Brager made the motion, we just give a 12% across the board. I mean, I want the faculty to get it, I really do. And I understand that they should have it, and other people, staff, etc. and I'm going to I had some friends among the presidents, but I don't know, they might not like me after this. But I really like what you said. They shouldn't take it. So how do we know? Because I'll have to say no to this COLA increase if it's across the board, even though I want the faculty to have it very strongly. And I was faculty myself at one time, so I know what that means. So is there any way that we can get a consensus from all these higher ups to say they won't take it? See, now I'm throwing it back
For the
at
record.
you. Yeah,
It's fine.
Good.
You have 35 days to do that.
outstanding.
For the record, Dale Urquiaga, Mr. Chair, through you to Regent Boylan. So as I mentioned, for us to take that action to cap the COLA or differentiate the COLA could cause disparate impact implications, which could lead to litigation. So I cannot recommend that you do it. I can only, as a person who sits here in a highly compensated job, recommend that my colleagues voluntarily do that or take a lesser COLA. You don't have time to get them to sign a contract or do consensus. That would be outside this agenda item. It is simply my suggestion. If you think they don't like you, you can imagine how much they like me after I just said that.
Right.
But I sit where I sit and I have to leave the way I came in. And so that's my recommendation. But what you have the ability to do today is to fund a flat rate. And how individuals respond to that is up to individuals.
Thank you, Chancellor. Oh, sorry, I should have said, Mr. Chair, through you to Chancellor. No? Okay, thank you. All right, but I was trying to get it right.
Yeah, you got it. Perfect. Regent Cruz Crawford?
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record, I did want to echo what Regent Del Carlo said. I have received several emails, contacts, in-person conversations about the difference that this 12% would make in our faculty and staff's lives. So I just wanted to let you know I read through every email. I tried to respond to every single one of them up until about 5 days ago, and I'm in full support of supporting our staff at the ground level that helps with our students. Thank you.
Regent Downs?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Regent Downs, for the record. I want to echo what Regent Del Carlo and Regent Cruz Crawford had said. Also received, as I'm sure everyone here has, a plethora of emails and just notifications and just people talking to me in general about the need for this. I thank everyone in NSHE who has endured the pay stagnation over the past decade plus. When faculty were encouraged by Chancellor Klaich to leave the step system at the two-year schools with this great promise of these bountiful merit increases every year, to have them never show up was very discouraging. And so I'm thankful that this is an opportunity to put things in the right direction. I know it's a COLA and not a merit, but again, I do think the faculty who are able to stick with the system and the faculty and administrative as well, and stick with the system and move on to hopefully get this increase. So I encourage everyone to support and show our consideration for employees of the system. And I don't want to leave classified out, because classified do an incredibly important job, but I know this vote is specifically about the academic and administrative people. Thank you.
Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I also want to say thank you to our faculty members. I know that you have done tremendous things, especially over the past few years with the pandemic, to make sure that our students are still in a fruitful and productive learning environment, and I know it's been difficult. I agree that this has been, in a way, it is a rare opportunity for us to be able to reset, at least to a certain level, what we are lacking at NSHE. And so I am in full support of this. From a fiscal point of view, I am hopeful that this gap will be restored into the base in the next biennium. I hope that our legislature will agree with that, and so that the impact of this won't be as tremendous as it could be. So that for that, I am very hopeful. I go into every legislative session very hopeful. So I will do the same with the next one. And I wanted to just end my comments with something that Dr. Nauman sent. She said in an email to me that employee working conditions are student working conditions. I wholeheartedly agree with her on that. That really resonated with me at the time. And I felt strongly in support of this 12% COLA before that. But I know how important it is for you all to have good working conditions. And I know as a direct impact, that impacts our students as well. So I just want to say thank you. And you have my support for this 12% COLA.
Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo what a few of my colleagues have said. Thank you to faculty for creating an environment that students can actually learn in and be productive members of our state of Nevada. With that, I also really liked the idea of the executive salary schedule people to not accept the COLA because they got a bump. The salaries were adjusted about a year ago, and they got a raise about a year ago. So that would show leadership. It would show really strongly that you believe in your faculty and that, no, I'm not trying to guilt you. Yes, I am, but no, just it would show that you have faith in your student and or a belief in your faculty and that they deserve the raise. That's all my comments.
Regent Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brown for the record. I want to set the stage because I think today's vote is just the beginning. We will have to make tough decisions between now and the next legislative session. But the legislature made a mistake. I believe it was last session, and then they didn't correct it this session, which left us with a delta. And, so I want to thank our leadership at our institutions for taking this serious and making these recommendations for their faculty. But I also want to challenge the executives to forego this increase. Regardless, I will be supporting the full 12% because it is what's right. And I think it's important that, we do what's right, even if the legislature didn't do what's right first. So, thank you.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I just have a question for Acting Chancellor Urquiagua. And my question, I'm not a math person hardly at all. I mean, I'm English, history, poli-sci, that kind of stuff, business. But I saw in the briefing papers where some of the institutions will have to freeze positions. So how does that affect forthcoming budgets, like for the next biennium? How does that money that's being frozen, you know what I'm trying to say. So I can see you shaking your head. So thank you.
I do, ma'am. For the record, Dale Urquiaga, Acting Chancellor. So it's a great question. The short answer is we don't know. The long answer goes like this. The way this pay bill operates, monies are appropriated for the raises, the salary increases, let's call them. And then at the end of the year, the governor's finance office, through the State Board of Examiners, an obscure constitutional body comprised of the governor, the secretary of state, and I think the attorney general, if memory serves, reconcile against positions and monies spent. And those processes for reconciliation are not in the law. And so they vary from budget director to budget director and governor to governor. So this year, this month, our institutions have been reconciling. And under the current rules applied by this budget director and this office, some of our institutions have been hurt. Even the 1% COLA for last year, which seems small now compared to this, caused some problems in reconciliation because, as you heard in public testimony, institutions still have positions left vacant. So you can't count that in the math. So rolling into next June, when the institutions reconcile, we are in conversations with the administration. Before he left his job, CFO Klinger had a series of meetings. I have had a conversation with the governor's office as well about at least codifying for us in some sort of a memoranda what those procedures will look like, because it's possible that by taking the step to help ourselves, we will hurt ourselves in the long run if they don't reconcile with us in a way that is suitable. Again, when it's 1%, it's one thing. When it's 12, it's something else. So the very measures that we take by keeping positions vacant or eliminating positions, if we're not allowed to sort of true that up, or submit a different list of positions, because that's how we do it when we're done with when we go into a legislative session, we provide a list of positions essentially, and then we don't true that up or reconcile it again until the next budget cycle. So we're talking through that process now. We don't have the answer yet, and the fiscal year is upon us. So that's why I warn you all that fiscal 25 is a different conversation, and I would implore the staff, please don't bank on 11, folks. If we get you 12, it's great and you deserve it. I know you deserve 11, but it might not even be fiscally possible. We have to spend more time looking at that and looking at more solutions, in part because of the process that I described and that you asked about. I hope that helps, ma'am.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. Just to nail down the point that there was a mistake made in 2019 in the legislature. There was 80% taken of 80% instead of 80% out of 100, and that should have been rectified. And although I'm grateful for the legislature and what they've done with our monies, there's no reason why this system should be the only state system that was denied that proper funding. So I wanted to put that out there. And then I wanted to follow up with the fact that from my college career, I have my professors that I just adored. I have the professors that would stop me in the hall if I had ditched class. I just was surrounded by incredible people, and it was an incredible experience. And I'm grateful to all of our faculty that do what they do. And I'm going to support this because it's the right thing to do, and we need to look at other places. And like a lot of you said, we can't be funding the system on your backs. We need to think of other ways. And I know it's easier said than done, but we really need to take care of you at this time. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Acting Chancellor Dale Urquiaga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just put one other item on the record because I know there's been some conversation. So there are in the system, particularly at the med schools, but also in athletics, I would say, there are employees who have different kinds of employment contracts. And I'm told some of those employment contracts would prohibit folks from COLAs. That might be the case in some of the athletics contracts. That will vary. But I just don't want people to think that will be a problem. It's contractual. It's the same in the medical school. Because of some of the way their clinical work is done, there's a different sort of, again, the simple guy here, as Regent Boylan is fond of saying about himself, there is a different compensation scale. And so we wish to do no harm to those contracts. This motion will apply where it applies across the board to staff, but know that contractually, particularly UNR and UNLV, have been working through this issue at the two medical schools. As of early this morning, the lawyers tell me we're in a good place there. But I just did want you to know if you've heard comments about contracts or people who have differing raises or no raises, that is in fact true, and that all exists out there in NSHE land. And again, so far the lawyers say we will be okay with a uniform motion as I have requested. So I wanted to put that on the record. And then I just wanted to close by once again expressing my thanks to CFO Klinger. He has left me here and moved to UNR, but he has been incredibly helpful to me and to the business officers. I went to a business officer meeting. I want to thank the business officers as well. They're incredibly candid with me and very patient with my lack of knowledge. And I just want to thank Andrew and the business officers for getting me to today and getting us to this place. And I wish to thank the employees. I heard you, and I've only been here a year, but it's been a good year where you're concerned. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, discussions regarding this? Regent McMichael?
Yes, I'm very disappointed in the legislature not coming up with a better solution, graduate scale that would give less to the top and more to the bottom. And 12%, I think is still quite low. I would have liked it seeing at least 17, but I will vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know that there's any other questions or comments, but what I'd like to offer is just echoing what others have said. I'm in favor of this. I didn't want to make anybody nervous as I started talking that maybe I was going to oppose this somehow, but I'm in favor of it. I also recognize the fact that the reason that we're being presented with this in terms of the 12% is because the presidents have said, you know, board, we can do this at 12%, so please do it. And so the reason that I'm making that very clear is because when I take a look at the funding process and we take a look at general funds, performance funds, which would be the state funding, and then we take a look at non-state funding, which is going to be based on out-of-state tuition application fees, each institution is set up differently in terms of what this looks like. And if we try to take a look at this as a one-size-fits-all, then from a mathematical, perspective, it wouldn't make any sense because everything is off in terms of the percentages that each institution is receiving from the state. And as much as I would have, I was interested in what it would look like if we allowed the institutions to almost independently operate in terms of what their board officers thought they could do, what their presidents thought they could do, what the CFOs thought they could do. But that's where I learned the word disparate impact and recognized that that conversation would make no sense to take place. And therefore, we've got to have something across the board for everyone. So while I'm offering that, and again, I'm in favor of it, I really want to make sure, and I would ask that if there is any president with us today or anyone who is representing one of the institutions, if you have concerns about this 12%, then let it be known right now. President Whitfield?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. For the record, Keith Whitfield from UNLV. I am wholeheartedly in favor of the 12% for our academic and administrative faculty, but the chancellor brought it up, and I just want to make sure that it's clear because I get concerned that desperate impact might actually be impacting our schools of medicine. I know that UNR and UNLV's deans have been actually talking about this and what the guide rails actually look like for what kind of percentage can be done and for who. And so if you would indulge me and allow me to ask my Dean of the School of Medicine to come up and just provide a little bit of clarity on this point so that we have this on the record?
I appreciate that, President Whitfield. I think this is a perfect time to address these concerns.
Thank you. For the record, Mark Kahn, Dean, School of Medicine, and Vice President for Health Affairs at UNLV. Thank you, Mr. Chair and President Whitfield. So Dr. Hauptman and I have had multiple discussions about this, and the way clinical faculty, the doctors, are funded is part of their salary is with state funding. The rest of it is a percentage of earned income when they're seeing patients. So that money, that earned income, doesn't come from the state. So were we to be asked to give 12% across the board, we would have to somehow miraculously print the money to put the 12% on the practice plans that are, running small margins. So we have separate contracts for our physicians that make this clear. I know that Dr. Hauptman has been articulating this to his faculty, as have I, and they understand this. I should also add that the medical school faculty are some of the higher paid faculty. So I don't think it's unreasonable that we come up with a different percentage for them, somewhat based on the amount of their salary that's state funded versus earned income. So we're thinking somewhere around 4%, not 12. And that's because roughly 30% of our clinical faculty's income comes from the state. Dr. Hauptman has a different situation. I know he's in the room in Reno and may wish to speak, but they have an affiliation with Renown, which complicates their system as well. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Regent Boylan, did you have a comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, Dr. Khan, great seeing you with your bow tie.
Thank you.
I love it. And, you just, in my simple mind, like Urquiaga, Chancellor says, you just said the same thing, that you're thinking that we should have a graduated scale? No.
No, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I said that we should effectively apply 12% to state source income, and that earned income should be subject to a different percentage based on the performance of the practice plan.
Thanks, Doc.
That makes sense?
Yeah, oh, yes, now it does. Thank you, sir.
Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you say that, I think about DRI, and DRI has stated that they are able to fund this increase. Am I wrong in thinking that if you're asking for I don't know if this needs to be in part of the action to approve this agenda item, I would want to be sure that we have very clear language that doesn't disregard those who our presidents feel should get this 12%, that may be a little bit less clear in their job classification, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. Kubutacharya, President of DRI. We have 3 different categories of employees at DRI. One, administrators funded by the state. And then most of our faculty are funded by self-supporting grants and contracts. And then we have some administrative faculty that are funded by self-supporting grants and contracts. So the state portion of DRIs is similar to system office, is very high, because our general fund contribution, based on our general fund contribution, we get about 98% of that increased COLA for the state funded. However, self-supporting faculty have to rely on their grants and contracts, and they will have to charge extra money to their grants and contracts. So, but the rule will apply uniformly across all three groups of faculty at DRI. So it will be some of those faculty who have already budgeted for next year. It will be a little bit burdensome, but I think over time it'll be fine. I'm not worried about 12% this year, but I'm definitely worried about additional 11% next year.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Dr. Khan, that I asked for that clarification for DRI. I just thought that, this was, their employees were a bit different too. But I understand that it's important for you to have this on the record and make sure that it's fully explained. So thank you.
Yeah, and one other piece, Mark Kahn, Dean of UNLV School of Medicine. One other piece for the record is that annually we look at our clinician salaries and benchmark them to the AAMC, the Association of American Medical College salaries, and we do make equity adjustments each year. So I think perhaps we're a little different because we do continually make equity adjustments, which I understand other units are not able to do. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate those comments. I just want to make sure, are there any presidents or institution representatives in Reno that would like to have any conversation about where their institutions sit with the approval of a 12% cost of living adjustment? Okay, great. President Helgerson?
Hi, thank you. President Hilgersum for the record. And again, you have all of my thoughts in the briefing paper that was provided. But I think the one thing that I think it's important to impart is that at TMCC, we have been engaging in rigorous planning using shared governance models to do so. And I'm very confident that the 12% is responsible. And I do feel that faculty, staff, professional, administrative faculty, we have all worked very, very hard, particularly during these pandemic years and moving out of the pandemic. And you heard today much excellent testimony about the cost of living in Northern Nevada. I'm so glad to hear that there is support for this 12% COLA because I am committed to that. And I think it's the responsible thing to do. And I think it's the right thing to do for the excellent employees at TMCC. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question then is on the adoption of the motion that was moved by Regent Brager and seconded by Regent Perkins to approve a 12% cost of living adjustment increase for professional employees. I think we can just go with a vocal. All those in favor say aye or yay.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yay.
Those who oppose say no or nay. The 12% increase has passed. Great. Now we will move on to agenda item number 4. And we'll hear from Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Community Colleges, Patricia Charlton.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. And for the record, Patty Charlton, Acting Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs for the Nevada System of Higher Education. And so first, I'm going to be presenting on the next 3 agenda items. And I just wanted to just call some highlights out. So first, normally this process for these 2 fee waiver adjustments to the handbook, as well as the residency updates, normally would have gone through the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee at the June meeting. However, because of the extension of the legislative session and the delay in some of the time frame for these bills to get enacted by the governor, caused us to have to come today as we're sitting here on June 30th, which tomorrow is July 1st, and these will become effective. And so I also wanted to just highlight quickly, and I know that the Chancellor is in the room up there as well, is that one of the things that we are looking forward to during this interim period is the acknowledgement of Senate Bill 72, which conduces or moves forward several interim studies, and one of those interim studies will also address fee waivers. And so a fee waiver basically eliminates the receipt of different registration fees and or other fees that would normally, as you just had a conversation about budgets, would normally come in as a revenue stream. And so just wanted to highlight that first. And so I'd like to start with the first item, which is the handbook revision on fee waivers for veteran recipients of the Purple Heart. This is under Assembly Bill, or move forward under Assembly Bill 279. And so this was actually the last of our bills to get signed and was signed on June the 16th by the governor. And so this particular fee waiver would extend the Purple Heart recipient fee waiver for any child of such a veteran if the veteran is a bona fide resident of Nevada, and that has certain provisions, either if that veteran was a bona fide resident at the time of their death and or the child of the veteran graduated from a Nevada high school. And so what this does is extend the fee waiver for that individual for 10 years after they reach the age of 18, or if they are enrolled in an institution of higher education when they prior to that, such as, perhaps they were 17 and they started in our post-secondary education for 10 years after that specific period. It still does require the individual to complete the FAFSA, as well as this would come into effect after any other benefits are received, such as Veterans Administration benefits. And so that is the amendment, and the handbook revision language is also included as part of your reference materials today. And so at that point, we would just ask that the board approve that handbook revision to Title IV, Chapter 17, Section 14. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Regent Perkins.
Mr. Chair, if there are no questions, I'd like to make the motion to approve this Purple Heart fee waiver in the handbook revision.
Sure. Is there a second? Regent Boylan? Thank you. So it's moved. Sorry, it's moved by Regent Perkins and seconded by Regent Boylan to approve the handbook revision for the Purple Heart fee waiver. Is there any discussion? Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one question for you, and this maybe pertains to all of our fee waivers. So on our applications to each of our institutions, do you know if it is asked if the student or the potential student qualifies for any of these? Is it on there that are you a Purple Heart recipient or the child of a Purple Heart recipient? I just wondering how they might know about these fee waivers.
Yeah, so Chair Brooks, through you to Regent Carvalho. So just for the record, again, Patty Charlton, Acting Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. So one of the things that we work very closely with in this office at the system is to engage with the various offices at each of the campuses, be it the registrar, the Veterans Affairs offices. And so we try to communicate as best we can. But one of the things that I know the team in the system office who've worked very hard has indicated that we really need to do a lot more in the marketing area. And so I know that I'm joined up in Reno by the person who handles a lot of our fee waivers and financial aid assistance programs, Jose Quiroga. And so I know that that's one thing that they work very closely with. And so we're doing a lot of communication around that, but it is something that we definitely want to pay a very specific focus to.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up to that. So I know that the P&G had changed in terms of identifiable as how applicants were identifying on the application itself. And so I think maybe a follow-up question is, while it's fantastic that there's communication with the various veteran service offices at the campuses, on the application itself, is there a box that a veteran student would mark veteran, or underneath that, a box where that applicant would mark Purple Heart recipient?
Yeah, so I believe that there is a process within the system because plus we also have the Veterans Administration benefits that come forward. And so we will ensure and get back to you on the actual process in PeopleSoft on whether or not these are all updated within that system.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Are there, Regent Brown?
Yeah, I apologize. This will be quick. I will support this, but I did have a question for Chief Counsel Martinez. So the legislators passed this. Is this more of a ceremonial vote for us? Or have they, and I apologize for not asking you before, but when you were saying it, I'm just more curious of this particular process.
Yeah, so Jimmy Martinez for the record, once the legislature passes the law and it's effective July 1st, we do then need to go back into our code or our handbook and make the appropriate revisions to be in compliance with state law. That's what these are. These are the amendments to the handbook that are required to become into compliance with state law. And I would defer to Acting Vice Chancellor Charlton to add anything after that.
Yes, so during the legislative process, and I know that the chancellor is with us as well, typically when there is a bill that comes forward through the legislature, the institutions and the system are asked if there is any fiscal impact. And so I don't know if the chancellor would like to add any comments at this time, but we are asked about whether or not there is a fiscal impact. This is an unknown population for us, and so at this time we don't have a quantified amount of that fiscal impact. Chancellor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, for the record, Dale Urquiaga. So this Acting Vice Chancellor Charlton is correct. We can't estimate the fiscal impact here on this population. You'll hear slightly different on the next item. There is money on the next item. But to your specific question, Regent Brown, if we didn't do this, the law would control, but our institutions might not know that, and then their registrars would not update their processes because they rely on our handbook. So we're bringing the handbook into alignment, not for ceremonial purposes, but because it's easier for the staff to have all the rules in one place.
I appreciate that.
helps.
And I know there's already a motion on the table, but I would actually I'd like to see if there's a friendly amendment to that. If we could just combine action items 4, 5, and 6 into one vote.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, although I'm wondering if we would hear those and then just take them in one swoop so that we're not essentially moving on them now without hearing them.
Yes, and I apologize for that.
Right. Council, it looked like you were getting ready to say something, okay. So the motion on this particular item, was put forth by you, Regent Perkins, seconded by Regent Boylan. Are you interested in either amending the motion, withdrawing the motion so that we approve items number 4, 5, and 6 upon hearing the information from the Academic and Student Affairs Vice Chancellor?
Okay, so 4, 5, and 6, do they need to be read in? And can we skip I'm sure we're all smart and intelligent people here. I think we've all read our materials. So do you want me to, I would like to amend it to say, approval of item number 4, the Purple Heart fee waiver, approval of number 5, the handbook revision for fee waivers for Native Americans, and item number 6, the revision of regulations determining residency and tuition charges.
Thank you very much. Regent Perkins, Regent Boylan, are you still in favor of seconding this motion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have the information in front of us. We have read the information. So I'm going to call for the question is on the adoption of the motion to approve the handbook.
Question.
I'm sorry, didn't see it. Who's got the question?
I have a question. I know it's Friday afternoon before maybe some of you a 4-day holiday, but how do we ask questions on some of the other items though, if we have them? We'll be able to ask the questions? Okay.
Is that, Does that seem responsible, Council Martinez?
Rosalie Bordelov for the record. So if I'm clear on what's happening here is we've withdrawn that motion, you're just gonna hear the other two, and then take a vote on all three at the same time?
The original motion was amended to include all three at the
Amended to
same
include?
time.
Then, yeah, you can go ahead and hear them and then ask questions and then vote. If I'm correct that that's the plan, that is a great plan.
Okay,
I'm good
perfect.
with that plan, yes.
Great. So then what we'll do is move into agenda item number 5.
Okay, and for the record, just wanted to thank you, Regent Brown, for that recommendation. And so I will move quickly because I know it's getting late in the day as well. Okay, so agenda item 5 relates to the handbook revision for fee waivers for Native Americans. This was presented under Assembly Bill 150. This was actually signed by the governor on June the 14th. And this specific language, and I will be brief, I promise, because I know you have a lot of materials in front of you, does make certain changes to our existing Native American fee waiver. And so what it does is this language actually expands that fee waiver and the definition of a resident to include actually those individuals first that are on a tribe or a part of a qualified tribe that are wholly or partially within the state of Nevada. And then also extends it to those individuals enrolled in dual enrollment programs, as well as any of our courses or programs. So an individual does not have to actually be a degree declaration. It also includes those individuals taking a self-supporting class, and then also extends this to courses that are taken over our summer period, which is not traditional for fee waivers. In addition, the process for how the fee waiver is applied has changed based on the process. So the fee waiver for any of the fees that are, again, a credit-based program and or a self-supporting program, the fee waiver is applied first, and then any of the federal financial aid that may come forward either through the Pell or a FAFSA application and or any other federal aid such as resources provided by Bureau of Indian Affairs. So this does change that a little bit. What is beneficial, as the Chancellor had mentioned, and I think he left the room, is that this actually has an appropriation that is connected to it. So there's $457,000 for each of the 2 years of the biennium. And our office has been in communication with our controllers at the institution, our business officers, our academic affairs officers, our registrars. We have provided information to them up front. We are working diligently on updating our residency forms and our fee waiver forms to include the information pertinent to this change in the process. And we're also working with those institutions that have those non-credit programs because this is also going to be impacting them as well. So do you want me to take questions at this point? Or
We
just
can
keep
move right
on
into
moving?
thank you.
Okay, all right. So the next one is Assembly Bill 226. It also has some components related to Assembly Bill 150, which I just mentioned. This changes certain conditions regarding residency and tuition programs or tuition charges for this purpose. So Assembly Bill 226 had a couple of different components. It included within it that anyone who successfully completes a high school equivalency exam that was selected by the State Board of Education and that program was, or that test was administered in the state of Nevada, that individual is deemed a resident for purposes of registration tuition charges. So that language is being added to the handbook revision or the handbook language. This also includes a footnote because there is certain provisions regarding residency for anyone who is within the deferred action from the United States Department of Homeland Security. And within there are one of two stipulations that has to be met in order for that provision to be enacted. And then we would bring that back to the board. The first one is if the provisions of 8 USC code are repealed, and or the second provision is whether or not the Attorney General of the state issues a finding that such a student would be considered lawfully present in the United States is issued. And so at that point, we would bring that back to this body, and then we would make the appropriate revisions. And then the final one that was included in Assembly Bill 226, that is not included in the handbook revision, only because you have already done that in your action, is related to those individuals that have been granted temporary protective status. And so those provisions already exist within our language in the handbook. And then again, any of the other criteria that we have established in a very long laundry list of those individuals that are granted residency for purposes are already included. And so again, we're also taking into this specific section of the handbook related to Title IV, Chapter 15, which defines residency, the points that I highlighted in Assembly Bill 150. And so with that, are there any questions?
Thank you, and there are. Regent Del Carlo?
I thought she was first. Okay, I just want to say that I'm really glad that we keep up with modern times. We took out the word alien and put in the word non-citizen. I think that, words matter. I've said that many times that's much better.
Yes, and Regent Del Carlo, through you, Chair Brooks, to Regent Del Carlo, I wanted to really highlight the work of the IDEA Committee and the IDEA Council, because this is something that they brought forward. It's very important, and that was something that we wanted to embed throughout the language of the handbook. So thank you, Regent Perkins, for the work that you have done with your committee, and also the entire council with all of the representatives from the institutions.
Regent Boylan?
Thank you, sir. Quick question, Ms. Charlton. I'm confused. You said something about fee waivers for Native Americans, and then you said something about after or before Pell Grants and getting money from the government. So what does that mean? They get a fee waiver, but they can get these grants from the government still. So what are those grants for?
So thank you, Chair Brooks, through you to Regent Boylan. So first, what has changed in the legislation that was adopted by the state is the order in which the funding is provided. So previously, for this fee waiver, a student would complete the FAFSA, and that funding from the federal government would be applied to any of the assessments and charges for what they're enrolled in. And then if they received any other federal benefits, such, for example, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, that would then come second. So now what has changed within this legislation is that the waiver is applied first. And so then any additional funds that they may receive from the federal government would then actually be refunded back, or they're still eligible for those, but the fee waiver will come in the first position. And so we do have this appropriation, as I mentioned, of $457,000 for each year of the biennium. We track this data very closely to see what the total fiscal impact is. And again, I know that the Chancellor is back now. We are grateful that we are going to have this opportunity under Senate Bill 72 to study all of the fee waivers and the implications for our institutions. So I hope that makes sense. So it's just the order in which the fee waiver is applied to the student's account.
One quick question, sir. Actually, it doesn't make sense to me. And that's what I mean when I say I'm a simple man. So they get a fee waiver, but they also get government Pell Grants and all, and they can get that money. That's just, it just doesn't sit well with me. To explain that part, you've said a lot of other things, but I just want that specific part. So they get a fee waiver and then they get Pell Grants. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's correct. They may be eligible for other federal financial aid. And again, the fee waiver.
Sorry, will that be used to pay the fees then? Will it be used for their fees, or they get that to put it in their pocket and have fun?
Well, so what I would also add is that the fee waiver will only apply to those charges for the cost of a course or any other fees assessed by the institution. It doesn't start to actually cover all of what we call the cost of attendance. So there are other costs that a student may bear. And so there are other expenses, just, their rent, and we've, other kinds of components that then those fees would be, the funds would be applied to.
Thank you. I'm still confused, but thank you.
Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to put on the record a hearty thank you to the legislature for passing AB 226. I thought that was an important piece of legislation that should have been passed. So thank you to the legislature for that. Really following up on what Regent Boylan mentioned just now, I'm curious to know, maybe, I know on 4:30 on a Friday afternoon, not the time to just start asking questions randomly, but and maybe we can take this offline, but I'm curious to know why the last dollar provision was removed from this legislation. I think it's always a good practice to encourage students to fill out the FAFSA and get federal monies before we go into other funds. So I'm curious to know why that changed in this session. And if that's not an easy question to answer now, I'm happy to have that offline.
No, so first, Chair Brooks, through you to Regent Carvalho. So first, that was the will of the Assembly individual that introduced the bill. The student is still going to complete the FAFSA. They will still complete the FAFSA. It's just the order in which the waiver is applied. That was just how the language was introduced and how it was passed. And again, we do have the appropriation. This is, and the Chancellor can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time that we have actually gotten an appropriation to support a fee waiver of this kind. Chancellor, would you like to add some comments?
Thank you. For the record, Dale Urquiaga, Acting Chancellor. To you, Regent Carvalho, Acting Vice Chancellor Charlton is correct. The legislator who sponsored this bill, specifically at the request of the tribes, asked that we move to the last dollar instead of first dollar. And that is because tribal members do have to buy books, they do have to pay dormitory fees, they do have to buy a meal plan. And the fee waiver, as it was in existence, was not helping them in that regard. And I will say, when we raised this discussion with the tribes and with the bill sponsor about why last dollar mattered, they pointed out that the foster youth fee waiver adopted by this board is a last dollar program. So we were in a position of saying, pardon me? Sorry, it's a first dollar program. So I get them mixed up. So they were able to say to me, you're doing it for one population, you're not doing it for another population. So that's on us, which is why I requested a study. These fee waivers are cobbled together for very deserving populations, but in very disparate ways. And so during the interim, they all need to be aligned. The true fiscal impact needs to be assessed. But the reason it was changed is because we offered it to a different population and because this population requested it.
Thank you for that clarification, and I don't mean to imply at all that I'm not thankful for the appropriation attached to this bill. I'm very thankful that we were able to get that, and hopefully we can get additional appropriations for other fee waivers. So, but thank you for the added explanation.
Great, and just for a point of clarification, one of the things that also legislation requires us to do is each September, specifically around the Native American fee waiver, we do provide a report to the Legislative Council Bureau every year. So we'll be providing that as we typically do.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you. My question is pretty similar to what we were just discussing, because I really like what you just said, Acting Chancellor Urquiaga. True fiscal impact needs to be assessed. And I would say it needs to be assessed on all of our unfunded mandates. I am very grateful to the legislature for the allocation they did give us for the Native Americans. I'm fully supportive. I think the more allocations we can get for that, I mean, there'll be a lot more students going and helping them, which is really great. So I don't know if this is under new business or part of this conversation now, but when we do the funding formula study, and I don't know how that's going to work, but these unfunded mandates, these all have to be part of the big picture and as we tell our story. So I just wanted that on the record.
Are there any other questions or comments for discussion? So then the question is on the adoption of a motion that was made by Regent Perkins, seconded by Regent Boylan, to approve handbook revisions for Purple Heart fee waiver, handbook revision for fee waivers for Native Americans, and handbook revision for regulations determining residency and tuition charges. All those in favor, please say aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say no or nay. The handbook revision fee waiver adjustments pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. We will now move into, hang on just one second. Okay, sorry about that. So we'll now move into agenda item number 7. This has to do with the interim appointment of our internal auditor. And it says the commencement of a speech. This was brought forward by Regent Perkins. And we worked together on this. And so what I'd like to do is also recognize that Sherry Olson is with us in case we have any questions. But I'd like to ask Regent Perkins if there's anything that she would like to address for this agenda item.
Well, to thank everybody, thank you, Chair. To thank everybody for their hard work about this appointment. I know we went back and forth trying to solidify some things, and I appreciate the board recognizing that we do have quality within our ranks and that those people need to be recognized and supported. The only thing I would have to question is the salary amount, because it seems like there's an amount. The previous chief internal auditor made, I want to say 40, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but about $40,000 more a year than what we're offering Ms. Tripp. And I would like to be a little bit closer together, just because based on the fact that it's the same job as the chief internal auditor did. It only has interim in front of it. The duties are the same. Matter of fact, she'll have to take on her duties plus the chief auditor duties. So I would just like to propose just a little bit increase in the salary offering.
Thank you, Regent Perkins. I appreciate that consideration. I think what I'd like to do and what I should have done is ask Ms. Tripp to come forward. I see that she's in the back. Come on down, Ms. Tripp. And I greatly appreciate your willingness to be part of this conversation. You can have a seat, you can stand, whatever you would like to do. But I think it's really important that the board see who you are, because a lot of times when we're dealing with a chief auditor, especially in the beginning, it's great to know who we're speaking to and who we're having a conversation with. So again, thank you for coming down. I think to your question, Regent Perkins, is and Ms. Tripp, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the agreement was sent to you through HR. The stipulations of what this looked like was sent to you as well, and that you agreed to everything that's in the agreement, including a salary.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
So I don't know what.
I understand that. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I mean, it's why we have HR with us, so that we can solidify the pay, the duties, and move everything forward.
Okay, so I guess my big point is that the pay that is being offered to Ms. Tripp is $50,000 less than the previous person who held this position. She has been here 10 years. The previous person was only here 7 years. So and same duties. The only difference is, there's several differences, but the major difference is that the previous one was male and Ms. Tripp identifies as female. And just that's inherently unfair because of what what we paid this previous position. We need to continue to pay the position at that rate.
I appreciate that, and I think it's, I would say it's uncareful wording if we're taking a look at what you believe to be a discrepancy in salary based on gender. And that's why I'm saying that in the manner that I'm saying it. And what I'd like to do is be able to get clarification on that, particularly through somebody in HR, so that we can understand what the distinctions are and what the differences are. Even though we have a position that relatively could be viewed the same, the experience qualifications of somebody, those things could be variables and could be a little bit different. And so I think it's important that now we hear from HR Director Sherry Olson.
Thank you, Chair. So to provide some context, the previous incumbent of this position made $156,728 annually. What's being proposed is an annual salary of $130,000. And we came to that number by looking at our policy, the policy Title IV, Chapter 3, Section 27.2, which gives us guidelines on how to put forth the initial salary of new hires. We applied that policy because this is a new role for Ms. Tripp. And as I looked at additional information, we are in compliance with the policy. So the minimum of grade E, which is what this position is $123,474. Q1 is $164,632. So we're placing Ms. Tripp above the minimum. We are taking into account that the previous incumbent was in this role for more than 7 years, and Ms. Tripp does not have the same experience in this role. So we're taking that into account. Additionally, when we think about other employees within system administration who accept additional responsibilities that are outside their normal scope of work, they receive a stipend of 9%. I won't go into specific examples, but that is across the board. That is our practice. In this situation, Ms. Tripp is receiving a 41% increase. That is pretty significant, very generous. And the most recent increase that the board took similar action was also an interim role for the interim chief of staff, and the percent of that increase was 23.3%, also above our normal practice, but significantly higher as well. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. How about EQ1?
I almost feel like we're playing Battleship. Let's let the HR Director chime in on any of the questions that you have regarding the hire or interim appointment.
Thank you, Chair. The Q1 of grade E is $164,632. That is more than even the previous incumbent was making.
Understood. This is a new position for her. So the stipend thing doesn't even measure in. So that I guess I'm done.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And so I want to, I think it was important for the board to be able to understand the qualifications of Ms. Tripp. In taking a look at this, she came extremely highly recommended by Joe Sunbury. I had several telephone conversations with him because whenever we start moving our personnel around, I think the most important thing is to make sure that we have somebody that can actually get the job done. I would venture to say that that's probably the most important aspect of a position. And he had nothing but raving reviews and things to say about her, and felt that even though he's across the street, certainly we are in fantastic hands with Ms. Tripp. And so I have had conversation with Ms. Tripp. I'm looking forward to the opportunity of working with her. She's extremely knowledgeable and extremely passionate in what she's doing. And I think it's fantastic that she has stepped up into this role and is looking at working with this bunch of individuals, even though you know everything that goes on with this board. And so I just think it's great, and I really do appreciate that you're doing it. And I think the other thing to remember, or at least that the board should know, is that last night I received the formal resignation of Scott Anderson. Scott Anderson was the acting person that may have been voluntold to come into this position when Joe left us. And so we have a couple of things that are happening right now in terms of this position, which is why it's so important that Ms. Tripp come into it. Ms. Tripp is going to do some fantastic work in the month of July, doing some various audits regarding financial aid. And so that's why the date of her start will not be until August. It's because of the amount of work that she's doing in July. And I think it coincides perfectly with Scott Anderson leaving and Ms. Tripp coming into that role, because then if there could be a warm handoff or information that has to be passed, I have no doubt that it will be. And so again, thank you. And I'll ask if there's anything that I would hate to bring you up here, put you in this hot seat, and then not offer you to make a comment or two if you'd like. So that's okay. I greatly appreciate you being here, so that we could see who it is exactly that we're going to be working with. Having said that, there's two parts of this agenda item. Oh, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you coming to the meeting today, because I didn't know who you were. And this is a unique position because you have two bosses, as you know. You administratively, you report to the board chair. Operationally, you report to the chair of the audit committee. And I also did my due diligence and called Joe Sunbury. And I just want you to know he had glowing things to say about you. If Joe gives you such a great report, we are really in great hands. This is, as an interim, I love promoting from within. I've stated that earlier. So this is your job to keep, if you like it down the road when the time comes for that decision. So I will definitely be voting for this today. Thank you.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, sir. It's so good to meet you, ma'am. Put a face to a name. And I'm always into audit stuff. I like audits. I can't do them, but I love them. My question, sir, maybe to Mr. Martinez, is what's the policy for setting an interim person? Who makes that decision to choose that person? Is it the board chooses that person or just one individual? And what's the policy for that?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. It is very clear in board policy that the board appoints. What was a little bit unclear in this instance was exactly who makes the recommendation to the board. So what we did is we took a look at the current reporting structure, the search process, and came up with a recommendation of a reasonable path forward to make the recommendation. And what we came up with was a joint recommendation from the Audit Compliance and Title IX Committee Chair, who the position reports to, and also from the board chair, who the position reports to for administrative employment decisions. So we made that. We also recommended that this board take another look at those types of administrative processes for the position, because as you know, with the chancellor position, it's appointed by the board, and there's processes set forth governing the search process and the interim acting appointment process. This position was moved to be appointed directly by the board, but that part was never expressed in board policy. So my recommendation would be moving forward to solidify that, kind of like we do for the chancellor, and have a very express process for how to move forward.
So basically, these two work together. I love it. I mean, sorry, Ms. Perkin and Chair Brooks work together to choose this lady. Right? That's what it was. So it was in the way the representatives of the board, the chair of the board and the chair of that committee. I see, okay. That's what I was trying to get to, is the policy. How did we come up with this young lady? Thank you so much.
I would say, Regent Borland, we got lucky. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to Ms. Tripp for your willingness to come forward into this position. I know it can, like the chair said, coming forward to work with these individuals can be interesting at best. But thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Regent Goodman?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint interim chief internal auditor, Ms. Tripp, please.
Second.
I'd like to second.
That was, and I was still chewing on cookies, so I couldn't hear who made the second.
I
Michael,
made the
Regent?
second. Tarkanian.
Okay, we'll go with Regent Tarkanian. So it's moved by Regent Goodman, seconded by Regent Tarkanian to approve.
Chair, if I may.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Julian Martinez for the record. I just want to clarify that this motion needs to be both the appointment and the approval of the contract.
I would like to amend my motion to say the appointment and approval of the contract for our new, possibly interim chief internal auditor, Ms. Tripp.
And the second agrees.
Thank you, Regent Tarkanian. So it's moved by Regent Goodman, seconded by Regent Tarkanian to approve the appointment and the contract for Ms. Tripp to be the interim chief internal auditor. Is there any discussion? Those who are in favor, please say aye or yes.
Aye.
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 Those who oppose say no or nay. Welcome aboard, Ms. Tripp. We appreciate you being here.
Congratulations.
She's like, bye.
So thank you. We appreciate it.
Lauren Tripp. I just wanted to thank you all for this opportunity. As you probably saw from my resume, I've been with the department for 11 years now. I was hired as a senior internal auditor, became internal audit manager, got the full-time internal audit manager position, and I was lucky enough to work with the former chief internal auditor for 7.5 years. So I believed in the changes he made to our department. And I mean, this is an impossible act to follow, so be kind to me, please. But I believed in the direction he was taking our department, and I hope that I can keep that momentum going when I officially start in August. So thank you again, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for being here. We appreciate your time and appreciate your willingness to come up and join us for a little bit. Just as part of formality, because it is on the agenda, there was a second piece of this, and that second piece actually had to do with the commencement of a search, because this is an interim position. Because it may seem a little bit strange, so I just want to add a little bit of clarification in terms of how this got worked out. It was at the June 21st meeting where we were having a conversation about essentially what this looked like. And while we couldn't at that time come together to move an agenda item, There were things that were requested. One of them was a search. Regent Perkins had asked for a search at that time. And then also the language itself was reflective of others who had subsequently requested a search for this position, Regent Breger, Regent Del Carlo, and Regent Carvalho. And so because those things took place, I think it's important just to at least acknowledge them and allow the opportunity if one of those regents would like to offer any type of discussion or motion to move on something, then they should have that opportunity to do so. So I will leave it open to those who had made the request. Regent Del Carlo? I'm sorry.
I know they sound similar, I know. Yeah. At this time, I would like to put, I think it might be suitable to put a search on hold so that Ms. Tripp can work unimpeded without worrying about a search coming on her heels, since she is an interim internal auditor. I think we owe her the opportunity to give her a chance to do this. So that's where I'm at with this at this point.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Regent Breger?
I absolutely agree. What I would like to see is maybe we bring this back in a year and go from there. That would be the best thing to do as far as I'm concerned. And then we would do an evaluation and go from there.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo?
That was the same thing I was going to say. Let's follow our process as an interim and give you a year. And we know you're going to come back and we'll take care of you then. And you can do it. You are a woman and we're going to watch you roar.
Regent Perkins, is there anything you'd like to add?
That actually, the thunder was stolen. So yeah, yes, that's exactly what I would, it would be easier to work without that looming behind you and to take the evaluation and give Lauren a chance to soar and then come back to this body and consider running the search.
Okay, fantastic. So again, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. I think what we'll do is just take a 5-minute administrative break, and then we'll come back and address the next agenda item. Thank you. All right, I know it's getting late. We only have a few more items to finish up on. So what I'd like to do is move into item number 8. This is the nomination for the Nevada State Board of Education. As we know, this came before us at the last meeting, and there was some conversation and comment about how this process was taking place. And it seemed to me at the time that probably the best thing to do would be to pull the item, which is what we did, and then bring it back so that we can have more of a robust conversation about it. As I've previously suggested, typically, and typically doesn't mean that it always has to be that way, but typically the person that is nominated by the board, then appointed by the governor to the Board of Education, has that post for 2 years. And part of that process is to make sure that there's continuity with the Board of Education. And part of that process is the work that typically gets done from the person who's appointed to the Board of Education, so that they can get some of their work done. Because look, sometimes it may take 6 months to a year just to understand function of things that are happening based on how often a committee is getting together and meeting. So with that, I'm going to ask for nominations for consideration that we would then provide to the governor to get the appointment. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, sir. I think since you said we regularly keep them for 2 years, So we have one person in there right now for 1 year. I think that person should remain in there for 2 years, because like you said, it to 6 months to a year. You barely start understanding what's happening. I was elected to the State Board of Education many moons ago, and I'm not interested in it anymore. I mean, I'm interested in K through 12, I still am. But I think we should do this and look at all the other positions and things that we have out there similar to this one. And we should look into those later. Of course, that's not on the agenda right now. But I would nominate Joe Arriscata for this position, since he's been there a year. And he's getting to know it a wee bit, I think. And it's a good punishment for him, so I'd like to see him there. I'd like to.
Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I would like to nominate Regent Cruz Crawford. I'm just going to go ahead and echo what I said at the June meeting at the UNR campus. Regent Cruz Crawford is an principal here in Southern Nevada at CCSD. So she's a professional. She works in this. She already is involved with the State Board of Education, and I think she would do us well to have a professional there represent us and then report back accordingly. So I would like to nominate Regent Cruz Crawford.
Thank you. Regent Breger?
We have a motion first. Don't we need a second on that first motion?
That's my fault.
No, it's no fault. I make a second, and I'd be willing to look at Ms. Crawford next year, but I would make a second on the motion for Joe.
Thank you. Okay, and so in terms of the motion that we have right now, it's moved by Regent Boylan, seconded by Regent Breger to approve Joe Arriscata, who is currently our representative and an appointee by the governor to sit on the Board of Education. Is there any discussion regarding this motion? Regent Del Carlo?
Well, I'm a little confused because our thing says you'll request nominations. So I didn't think we had to nominate one person with the second, do the vote, and then another one. It says you want nominations. So I think if I'm reading this right, Deputy Attorney General, you would want 2 or 3 or 4 names, and then the board votes, and, majority rules. Am I right?
There are multiple, I mean, there isn't a strict way this has to be done. You have done similar with multiple and then votes for purposes of electing members among yourselves before. I'm not sure that Regent Boylan made it as a motion, but it's been treated as one. I guess it's a bit of the preference of the board. Would you like to take one at a time, see if one goes or fails, or treat it, ask a staff member to call for votes per however many nominations you have, and majority, whoever has the most votes wins?
So
That's okay, Regent Boylan. What I would offer is that because the motion exists now and it's on the floor, and that we're still in discussion, perhaps we could stay within discussion and move in that manner. Regent Del Carlo?
I have another question that I've never seen asked in my time, but I know as the board chair has the right, as board chair, to determine the type of vote. Are we, under open meeting law and all that, allowed to, because this is a colleague, so are we allowed to write our thing down on a piece of paper and then turn it in and then the votes be made? Or do we have to do a board call or, a board thing and vote? Voice vote.
As far as votes are cast, those have to be public. Yeah, there's no anonymous voting under the law. As for the rest of it, the open meeting law doesn't really address parliamentary procedure. You guys follow Robert's Rules of Order, which I'm less of an expert in. And your chief of staff may even know that a little better for purposes of this specific. But it is true that the law, as far as casting votes are concerned, the votes have to be public in whatever way they are cast.
Chief of Staff, Carrie.
Thank you.
Regent Del Carlo, I do believe that Robert's Rules does allow for ballot voting as long as the ballots are read into the record at the end, but we've never done it before, so I'm certainly not an expert in what that procedure would be. Your counsel has those books right in front of him there. So if you want someone to consult, perhaps it's Chief General Counsel Martinez.
Would you like to consult on that, Council Martinez?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. If we wanted to opine on that, I would recommend we take a recess and I would try to figure out the proper way to do it. If you want to just jump right into it, I would recommend, making nominations and voting in public on them.
Just for a moment, Regent Breger, I just
I'm
want to
fine.
see
I was
if.
just going to tell you how you solve this eventually, but go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I just wanted to see if there was another regent that wanted to provide comment for this discussion that hasn't spoken yet. Vice Chair Arascata.
For the past year, we've been working on career college readiness. Discontinuing that would abrupt the continuity of the flow. We've been working on preparatory tests to determine what sort of higher education the student is well prepared to conduct.
Thank you.
Additionally, for the past 4 months, we've been working diligently for new start times for schools. Grade school, middle school, high school.
Don't forget your cookies.
All items that we've been working on, that I've been participating on
More cookies.
every one of these events,
I'll just keep
every one of these meetings.
I have 8 families.
So questioning my integrity or my participation or my inability to make a decision regarding those items, it is quite offensive. I've been in this, I'm doing this, I've been committed to take, and I take the responsibility heavily on my shoulders to represent the Board of Regents with the greatest of respect. We've been making sure that the matriculation from high school to dual enrollment to academic research and student affairs, it flows effortlessly, and it's something that I'm quite proud of to conduct. So I'm in this if the vote goes, and I'm again awarded the opportunity to continue to represent the Board of Regents as I've done with the greatest of my integrity. I will do that for another year with the Board of Education. Thank you.
Regent Cruz Crawford. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Oh, I was saying beautiful things.
Sorry, we didn't hear
Regent
you.
Cruz Crawford. Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record, I apologize. My mute button was on. I just want to first address, and since my name was put up, and as a likely choice because of my unique position as a K through 12 educator for the last 20 years. But that does not discount or take away any of the credibility of our co-chair Arascata. And, as a female within that has risen to the ranks at principal, a lot of time it's hard to reflect when someone else gets a job or nominated. And it's by no reflection of you or myself. I did want to respond to a couple of the working items that are currently being worked on the board. I have Assembly Bill 428, which is the dual enrollment pipeline bill that's coming out that we will be facilitating policy on. So I'm very, very comfortable and aware of dual enrollment. I work very actively with our CTE offices and at the state level on the Principal Advisory Committee. In regard to ACT, we spoke about that, and our ideals align very closely. In addition to understanding the complexities of the testing for college and career readiness, I actually get to see what that looks like in that classroom and how that transfers from the teaching and learning of the student to the outcomes of our students getting their SAT scores. I am a huge proponent of the Millennium Scholarship and ensuring that our students get a 21 on their ACT, and also knowing that that transfers to our students being more successful in their undergrad when they go to school. Within all those avenues that have been discussed on the school board, I have for the last 20 years been in that work. And I just want to repeat one more thing that's interesting about a principal, because I work at the state level developing policies that directly affect our students, K-20 and above. I not only get to see the policy development, but I get to see what that actually looks like in the classroom when it transfers to our students. And one of the biggest things is that as institutions or organizations or multifaceted giant organizations like NSHE and K through 12 throughout the state, we often work in silos and develop policy that have the best intentions, but don't always transfer. So I would be able to develop and help give guidance, because it is a non-voting position, guidance to the department in regard to what that would look like in a K through 12 and how that would affect NSHE institutions. Normally, I would say, normally I would say this could go to anyone, but I am postured and have the experience to do very, very detailed work, not just counting what Ariscott is doing, but I believe that this could expand greatly our K through 20, which we've been trying to work on so hard at this level. So I just want to commend Ariscott for his work, but I also want to share that I have my doctorate in organizational leadership in that K through 12 setting, and I feel more than prepared to do so if my colleagues choose for me. But I am a big believer in my colleagues representing the board and making that selection. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Cruz Crawford. Are there any other comments regarding this? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. And I do want to say thank you to Regent Ariscott for the work he does. I mean, this to me is no slight to him. It's just that we have 5 new regents. We all have talents. We all have skills. And this just seemed like a really great fit, especially since she got her PhD back in February. I think that's fantastic. She's I think the only one on our board now. But, oh yes, I'm sorry. Dr. Tarkanian, and I didn't mean to slight you, but I've never met you face to face, so I forget. But if the intent is really for this job to be 2 years, then we need to change the code so I can bring that up in new business. But for the way it stands right now, I mean, we are able to vote on it, and I'd like to see talent more some of these positions more shared. I think it's a big burden. Your vice chair, your search committee for the chancellor, head of ARSA. I mean, those are some 3 big heavy hitting positions, and it'd be nice just to have more people involved. And anytime somebody's new, for them to want to do something is really great. And I would say down the road, whoever gets this position today, I would really like to have a report brought back, at least at our quarterly meetings. I mean, I didn't even know what you were working on. And not just you, but anybody in the last 6.5 years that I've been on the board, because a report has never been brought forth, nor asked for. Thank you.
Okay.
Regent Borland?
Thank you, sir. I should have stopped eating first. And maybe this question is for Mr. Martinez. I had this idea that it was up to the chair to appoint these positions to the state board, to the Regent Perkins. What is that position that you had, Valley Water District thing, what is that?
Springs Preserve.
Springs Preserve. And I thought it was up to the chair to do those and a couple of others. What is the policy? And if that's the case, I think those also should, I agree with Regent Del Carlos saying new people should be put into new positions. So what is the policy? Is it up to the chair or does the board vote on that?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. It's in the bylaws for the duties of the chair to make those appointments. My understanding is that Chair Brooks wanted to bring this back to the board with full transparency, and that was his decision to bring it back, not because it was a required process.
I see. Thank you so much. I missed the June meeting, so I'm still quite lost. So that's what happened. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Chair, Carrie Nichols-Juski, Interim Chief of Staff for the record. Just to Regent Boylan's point, I wanted to add that NRS requires that the governor actually makes this appointment. The board nominates to the governor. So reading the bylaws in connection with NRS, the chair has the ability to bring forward a name for the board to consider, but it's ultimately the governor that makes the appointment.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate those clarifications. And look, just from where I sit in this, because frankly, because there wasn't any conversation that really happened coming up to the last meeting that we had in Reno in terms of any interest from anybody being appointed into this position, because it came up so last minute, and because it seemed like there was just some confusion in the last meeting in terms of how we were moving, I thought it would be best to bring it back to the board. Having said that, it doesn't negate the fact that this position typically, and again, just because it's happened in the past doesn't mean it has to happen now, does sit with the Board of Education for 2 years. And the fact that Vice Chair Scott has been doing it, that he's passionate about it, that he's expressed an interest to continue to do it, it seemed to me like it was a no, for me, it seemed like it wouldn't have been a controversial item as an agenda piece to just put it in consent and move it forward. And that's really my perspective on why we're here with this. What I would offer is that while I also appreciate the passion that Regent Cruz Crawford has, I really feel like there's time for her to be placed in this position when Joe's second year is up. And I just don't know what the rush is, frankly, to pull Joe from this, or Vice Chair Arascata from this. Again, considering that this is typically how it goes, I just, if there was something where the person who is our representative at the Board of Education said that they didn't want to do it anymore, then it would make sense to bring somebody in very quickly. But that's not what we have. And I just don't find it, if the vice chair says that this is a task that he wants to do and doesn't get in the way of the other tasks that he has to do, it's not for me to suggest or offer that he's doing too many things. It just isn't. I know that there'll be some more discussion, so I'll go over to Regent Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brown for the record. This might not be germane to this exactly, but you did bring it up that nobody had voiced their opinion. But I guess my question is, what format would that have looked like? There hasn't been any explanation. It showed up on the agenda. I made a motion in June, and we're here. And in the last 21 days, I haven't seen any opportunity call for a conversation either. So I think I'm confused by your point, and I think I just wanted to say that for the record. This wasn't about that. I didn't think your option or your suggestion was bad. I just thought personally, the reason why I made the motion is because Regent Cruz Crawford is a professional. She already works there. She already is up to speed. She would represent us well. And so I just wanted to reiterate that because I didn't feel like there was any other time than here to say that. And if there are different times to say that, and I would love a memo for that afterwards. Like, what format does that look like?
Thank you, Regent Brown. Just for clarification, what I'm wondering is if it comes up on agenda and it's seen prior to the meeting, the form of communication that I would think of is a telephone call. I guess I just don't understand. I'm trying to understand where you felt like there was not an opportunity to communicate that somebody else was interested. In fact, that opportunity did exist because that's exactly how a conversation began with Regent Cruz Crawford in her interest in this. It came up prior to our meeting based on an agenda item that she read. And so there were conversations that took place between Vice Chair Arascata, Regent Cruz Crawford, and then Regent Cruz Crawford and myself in terms of what this looked like. And I was under the impression and the understanding that Vice Chair Arascata would remain in this position for the next year, and that Regent Cruz Crawford would then demonstrate a significant level of interest and be placed in this position once Vice Chair Arascata finished his term. So there was, just to make it clear, there was certainly communication that took place.
Okay, I understand that there were conversations, but and again, I'm not gonna belabor this, we can move on, but when you said that there weren't opportunities for, nobody voiced their opinion, you're talking, what your example said is you had already published an agenda and then a conversation had. So I'm asking you, if you're testifying that there was opportunity for people to speak up and they didn't do it until the agenda was published, I'm asking you, when would that have happened? Was there an email that came out to you and say, hey, I make this appointment, is anybody interested in it? This is normally what happened. And I think, I just want to, again, I'm not trying to belabor this, I'm not trying to keep the meeting going longer, but I think it is an important distinction because it is the flow of communication and a lack of transparency for me that gets frustrating, because you can't say that there were opportunities when there weren't until a published agenda was already made available.
And that absolutely makes sense. So I thank you for your feedback, and I understand your position. Thank you. Regent Breger?
If we're going to vote, I'm not going to call for the question, but otherwise, let's move on through this and see where it goes. It may go nowhere, it may go somewhere.
Just real quick, I just want to know if you are actually, I'm just trying to hear you correctly, Regent Breger. Did you call for the question, or are you saying
If we're not going to vote, I'm going to call for the question.
Okay,
Oh,
let
she
me
just
move over
made-
to
Oh, wait, hi.
Okay, well then everybody say
Can
their
I,
stuff
can I?
first.
Regent Goodman.
Since there wasn't a motion on the table, I would like to move to table this to the next meeting. Yes, it's my move, that's what I'm moving, so we'll see what happens, and then we can maybe work this out offline. I think that would be great.
So I appreciate that, Regent Goodman. We have a motion on the table. The motion on the table was made by Regent Boyland, seconded by Regent Breger to, there is a motion on the table, which is why Regent Breger just offered that, hey, if we're not going to speed this up, she's going to call for the question. Regent.
I'm not trying to cut anybody off. We have a motion on the floor. We can, if it fails, great, then we go on to the next thing. If it doesn't fail, then it's over with. Otherwise, why make motions in seconds? And we did have, right.
Are you?
Say, maybe it got mixed up when we started speaking, and I'm happy for people to speak. It's just that once there's a motion and acceptance, and I thought we stopped speaking, but if more need to speak, I'm good with that.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, my understanding was that AG Bordelev did say that it was made as if it was a motion, so that she was taking it as a motion and it was seconded. So my recommendation would be to take that vote, see what happens, and then move on.
I have a clarifying question. It's not about the people involved.
It's about what is in front of us and what the chair just said. So I think that that's appropriate for me to say right now. So you made the comment, Chair, with all due respect, that this is a two-year position. In two places in board pack, in the description of this agenda item, and then also in the briefing paper, it states that this is a one-year term. So can you please give me clarification on 2-year and 1-year
Sure.
terms?
You're absolutely correct, Regent Carvalho. It does say in board pack that it's a one-year term. It would say that on our agenda pieces and any time that this would come up. And so to clarify, and maybe I didn't articulate it in the manner that I could have, was that I was using the word typically or historically, that somebody who is placed in this position on the Board of Education, an appointee by the governor, that is a 2-year term, in that is how former Vice Chair McAdoo, when she was on the Board of Education, it was for 2 years. Prior to that, there were other regents who were on in that position for 2 years. So that's what I meant by typically, but I also said, hey, typically this is usually how it goes, but that doesn't mean that it has to go that way this time. It's just normally for continuity for the Board of Education and the ramp up of the things that have to get done because they don't meet that often. And so it's a matter of the learning curve for the appointee to sit there. That's exactly what I was referring to in the 2 years.
So just to clarify, for my understanding, it's just tradition that normally the chair appoints somebody for 2 years. I see things a little bit differently, I think, because there were other external forces at play with some of this. But I just want to make that clear on the record that for NRS and for the purposes of for the State Board of Education, it is a one-year term, but traditionally on the Board of Regents, the chair appoints somebody with the anticipation of a 2-year term.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to add a little context too, because this is a position that nobody's really wanted, because you don't have a vote, you have a voice. And Regent Lieberman was it, but then he didn't want to do it. So then you're correct, it was Regent McAdoo. And then nobody wanted it after her until, I guess, last year when she was the chair and then you got elected. So she was in it more than 2 years because nobody else wanted it. Am I correct, Carrie? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more discussion, what I'd like to do is just move into this motion. So the question is on the nomination for Vice Chair Joe Arriscata to be nominated to the governor for the appointment of a Nevada State Board of Education representative. I think it would be safe to say that we should probably take a roll call vote on this one. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Regent Downs, so Regent Downs, go ahead.
I'm just a little confused. Did Regent Brown's motion die, or are we doing multiple candidates, or is it going to be just the vote on the one candidate?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, there was already a motion and a motion made and seconded, so that needs to be cleared and voted on, and then we can take the next motion if that one does not pass.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so again, we're going to go back to this. This will be a roll call vote for Vice Chair Joe Arriscata to be the nominee and future appointment by Governor Lombardo for Vice Chair Arriscata to be the Nevada State Board of Education representative for the Board of Regents. Carrie, please take a roll call vote.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
I'm sorry, can you repeat real quick the motion?
The motion on the table is to approve the nomination of Vice Chair Arriscata to be forwarded to the governor for consideration for reappointment to the State Board of Education.
Okay, no.
Regent Del Carlo,
No.
Regent Downs,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McMichael,
No.
Regent Perkins,
Yes.
Regent Tarkanian, Regent Tarkanian, Vice Chair Arascata,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Yes.
Regent Breger,
Yes.
Chair Brooks,
Yes.
Regent Brown,
No.
Regent Carvalho.
No.
The motion passes.
And just add mine to the yes, please.
Thank you, Regent Tarkanian.
So that motion passes for Vice Chair Arascata to continue his term in hopes that the governor does appoint him to this voluntary position to be on the Nevada State Board of Education. Is there anything else that we have to do, Council Martinez, in terms of the way that this got done? And it feels, I'm glad we were able to get it done, but, you know, while whoever is the chair essentially has the ability to just bring the nomination forward, and I really did want to, after the last meeting, at least have some discussion on it. I just want to make sure that we're done, we're wrapped up, and there's not anything else to consider.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. No, that's correct. The board acts through votes. So once a motion carries, that's the action of the board.
Okay, great. Then we are now going to move on to new business. Is there any suggested items of new business?
I have an item.
Regent Downs, please go ahead.
Thank you. Regent Downs for the record. I would like to have on the agenda a revamping of the search process for conducting searches. And I won't go through the specifics right now, but I'd like to put that on the agenda so we can look into making something that's more, I'd say, shared governance, and some might say more transparent.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. I just want to clarify, is that the chancellor search process?
Yes, yes, for the chancellor search in particular, but I don't know if we want to extend it to other searches like for presidential searches.
Understood.
Regent Breger.
I have two, and I don't have the language today because I just don't. But I would like to see, my item has never come, so I'm just going to repeat it. I'd like to have an item to address, without a supermajority, we can't bring back an item for 1 year. If there's a supermajority and it's something we need to do, I'm all for that. But just doing something 1 month and the next month doing it again, I don't think is healthy. But a supermajority would be fantastic because I think people should be able to do that. The second one, I would like to discuss how when we're in this boardroom, or hopefully anywhere else, but particularly this boardroom, that we could have a real professional voting system. I know that Regent DeCarlo, I can't even talk after now, has asked for that before, and I'd like to support her in that so that it would be so much more professional. Yes, no, abstain. Everybody presses the button and gets it done, and it's just a very good way to up what we do and how we do it without going around a room. And then your decision is your decision. Not that you change it, but I mean, then it's just there. So I would like to see how we do that. And I know there's a cost attributed to it, but it's worth it. It's really, especially in this room. We do more of our meetings here than anywhere else. I'd like to see it everywhere. And soon I'll probably bring up another proposal, but not right now. I'll just go for that.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Getting rummy, aren't we? Okay, I'd like to, I really think there's credibility in someone being in an appointment for 2 years, but that's not what the policy says. So I'd like to have that policy brought back to the board for the education position, that it be a 2-year and not a 1-year term, with the maximum of 1 term being 2 years. Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I would like to request a new agenda item for the full-time appointment of Carrie Nikolajewski as our permanent chief of staff.
Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask staff to bring back an update on the effects of the Supreme Court decision earlier this week on affirmative action at each of our institutions at the September board meeting.
Regent Perkins.
Thank you. I have about 27 items. No, I'm just teasing you guys. Okay, I'd like to see if we get estimates on moving to a digital agenda process so that it doesn't go through the emails. So there's like a digital process where everybody can edit it at the same time and keep track of who's making those edits. And also a digital calendaring process. I would also like to see that. A regular calendaring, like how we calendar our events. It's basically a paper document. There's more modern ways to do that. And also, I'd like to see us use Doodle or some type of meeting scheduling process so that we can take a consensus of when everybody is available. What else? Regularly scheduled agenda briefing meetings would be wonderful. And just like a cheat sheet on the process to get something on agenda, like the agenda process, like when it has to be in, when the documents are due, just like a cheat sheet so we know when we have to have things done by in order to get them on the agenda. And I was also looking at I would also agree with Regent Brager's suggestion for the acknowledgement, the digital acknowledgement, so you could push a button and it'd say, this regent wants to speak, instead of having poor Carrie write down everybody and scratch out everybody. And also the voting process thing, the digital voting.
Is there anybody else? Did I miss anyone? Sorry about that. Regent McMichael.
Regent McMichael for the record. I would like to see a fee waiver for a veteran of the United States forces who have received.
Regent McMichael, I'm sorry that I'm interrupting you, but we can't hear you. Can you please get closer to the mic? Thank you.
There we go. Okay. I'd like to see a fee waiver for a veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States who have been awarded a Congressional Medal of Honor to include a child of such veteran, and the wording should be almost exactly that for the Purple Heart recipient.
Thank you. Is there any more new business items? Okay. Great. We're getting out early. Is there any public comment in Elko?
The conference is about to end.
Perfect. Is there any public comment in Reno? I'm assuming there isn't.
Not in Reno.
Thank you very much. Public comment in Las Vegas?
That's okay.
Really quick. First, I want to thank you all heartily on behalf. Sorry, I can't. I need a new button system. Can you put that on the next agenda?
I'm ready. That's for Carol.
I want to thank you all heartily for the 12% on behalf of 17,000 of us. We appreciate that. Two, I've already told my faculty not to expect that we're going to get the full raise next year because of all the issues that are there. But we need our presidents all across the system to engage the faculty and the students, especially if we're likely to have to essentially make it harder for the students to buy groceries, so we make it easier for us to buy groceries. They need to be fully engaged in that process through the whole year 6 months that we're talking about it. We've had this talk where people have suggested that we need to start not paying the full salary increase to people whose income is above a certain level. The problem with that is all our salaries, even if we have people who make $200,000, which is 50 or 70,000 below market, and they're leaving, and nursing faculty, business faculty, not me, my department's low paid, but nursing faculty, business faculty, engineering faculty who are getting $50,000 and $70,000 raises to leave. We have to make sure that we're not, as they say, penny wise and pound foolish, and we cut $5,000 off of this person's raise, which made them mad, and they went out and left us, and we have to replace them with somebody who's paid $30,000 or $40,000 or $50,000 more than they're making. If I leave tomorrow, even though I'm in a relatively low paid discipline, my replacement's gonna cost 3 times what my 12% is gonna cost. And so we need to make sure we understand where we're coming from. So please, if you're going to consider that going forward, I have no problem with, obviously, with the board considering however you want you're the bosses. But please have the nursing deans in, have the business deans in, have the engineering deans in, and talk about the fact that it's so much cheaper to keep people than it is to have to replace them. And 100% you should make Carrie permanent. Her dedication to the system all these years has been amazing. And I would also tell you that the best chancellor we've had since I've been here was Jane Nichols, UNR faculty person who was an interim and then a permanent. And that system has worked really well for us in the past. Again, despite the fact she was a UNR faculty person. The best acting chancellor we've had is sitting in Reno right now, so nothing away from him. But the best permanent chancellor we've had was Jane, and she went through that interim process.
Thank you for your
person.
comments. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, Tracy Sherman. First, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I also want to add that the community college faculty members are often just as qualified as the university faculty members. They often have the very same qualifications, but they make significantly less money. They teach more classes, spend more time with their students, often have more students. Anyway, just want to keep that in mind, that there is not parity between the pay for the community colleges and the universities. Thank you.
Laura Naumann, for the record, Laura, Naumann. Woo, I need a drink, guys. First of all, you had a lot of things to deliberate today. I know how hard it was to not move forward with a chancellor pick. We still have more work to do. The one thing that I can say on that is I hope we've learned not to rehire the Bryan group, and that maybe we will pick a search firm that has more extensive history with higher ed. Aside from that, again, I think your board will have made substantive investments in the faculty by supporting full COLA this time. I know that the work is not done and that you still have lots more work to do starting Monday as it relates to FY25. You know, like I said, this is my 10th year in Nevada. I'm not a Nevada native or resident, born here, but I've made it my home. My daughter was born here. She knows it as her home. And the reason why we come to the board to tell you our stories, to tell you what it means to be a faculty for our student bodies is because we care. And we have been taking on so much over the last several years without those investments. And, you know, our chancellor candidate said, we've got more work to do. We have to tell our narrative. We have to really convince the legislators, why they need to reinvest in higher education, because we want to be here. We don't want to be martyrs, I guess is the other thing that I want to say. And we don't want to be asked to just do it because of the students. Of course we do it for the students, but we're also people, we're humans. And so we appreciate the investment that you've made in us today and look forward to seeing what the board does tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, Chantal, Shantal, Marshall, Marshall, for the record, faculty at Nevada State and Vice President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Thank you so much, not only for the vote, but also for the kind words. I'm not sure if you could see us back there, but we were getting a little emotional when people were thanking faculty. It's not something that we hear every day, and I know that in your position, you don't hear thank you every day. So I want to make sure to put that on the record. We are very, very grateful for not only the vote, but also it being unanimous. It was great to see and hear and experience and get to tweet about live. And I do want to say that we have a lot of work to do with the legislature. Hopefully, Nevada Faculty Alliance and the board can align on that in creating a narrative that the legislature will listen to so that we are not in similar binds in the future. Thanks so much.
Hello, Patrick Villa, VILLA, CSN math professor and faculty senate chair in 5 hours and 58 minutes. Okay, again, thank you very much. I think on behalf of all the faculty, we appreciate that vote and that act you all did. I want to echo what the acting chancellor also stated about for next year with the 11 or whatever we're going to do. Can't wait on that. You know, if we wait till June, wait till May, whatever, you know it's going to be too late. So please try to get on it sooner. Again, I'm going to keep pimping my idea of a graduated type of scale if it's not possible. Somebody said something interesting to me that I'd like you all to consider about some contracts have a built-in no COLA. I would suggest that for every future high contract that, no offense to the presidents, but I don't think that's the worst thing. If somebody's making a lot of money, we put in that to every big contract and just consider something like that as one little workaround to save us a little bit of money for allowing the faculty. Because remember, out of all the people, the institutions, the one that affects the students the most is the faculty, the teaching faculty members. If you have, again, I love my dean, but if you have a bad dean, you have a bad instructor, the students are gonna not really notice if the dean's bad. They're gonna notice if their instructor's horrible. And that's what we're somehow getting because we can't lure people over. We have to dip down to part-timers that sometimes are not desirable, but we need to run the classes. So just look at that big picture. Thank you all.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.